Whoa. Whoa. It's automatically picked up the Twitch chat. Ooh. Fascinating. This is gonna be quite a fascinating day. Now this is exciting. I lose my thumbnail, it seems. I got 60 FPS 1080p. Oh. This is gonna be a fascinating day. Assuming we get far into it. Multi-chat started. Okay. The chat should now be on for anyone who's there. Let me upload a thumbnail. I never did this before. And now what happens if I save changes? Is it gonna really give me the same YouTube URL, but it's just gonna have a thumbnail? No way. Saving. Taking a while to save, but kind of understandable given it's saving to so many websites at once. Let's see. G97DK. And now I have a thumbnail. Whoa, that worked flawlessly. I'm genuinely shocked. Okay. Headphones on. We're gonna do some tests here. What the? Yeah. The taskbar is freaking out here. Bugging out. There we go. So first, let's test the multi-chat. I hit him with a morning here. I see an infinite loading screen. I can't tell if that is... I mean, I did update the thing, so... My bitrate is still consistent, 0% packet loss, 0 drop frames. Bugging out. There we go. So first, let's test the multi-chat. I hit him with a morning. The audio quality is good. Okay, we'll do a delay test. Multi-chat. Morning. The audio quality is good. It feels like there's a lot more delay. But I can't... This is hard to tell without anyone in the chat to actually... It's hard to tell myself, basically. We'll count to 100 or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 11, 12. That means there's about a 19-second delay on YouTube, which is not the end of the world, to be honest. That's fine. If everything works and all, you know, unfortunately there's just a 19-second delay, not the end of the world. Also, my counting wasn't maybe perfectly accurate. I'm going to try that one more time while looking at a timer. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 6. Yeah, 19 seconds. Well, my counting was good then. Okay, that's impressive. What did this look like, by the way? Let me look. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Let's see if the delay is consistent across all platforms. It wouldn't shock me, but what can you expect from a free tool that is doing this incredible a job so far? Okay, here we go. Setting up kick here. I hit him with a morning, just like that. 2, 3, 4. I took 4 seconds, so the multi-chat is pretty instantaneous, but so it might just be YouTube. It might just be YouTube because that was extremely fast. Interesting. Interesting. Before in the chat, it said at Doldrum Dan. Now it says just Doldrum Dan. Okay. Let's do a delay test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 23. Kick is 2 seconds delay. Okay, so no delay doesn't exist is basically what that means. Okay. Interesting stuff, man. Let's see what the Twitch chat looks like. Good. And we'll do the same thing. We'll do a count. Okay, I think this is also going to be like seconds behind, so I'll just count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8, 9, 10. Okay, Twitch has like a 2-second delay, so I now have a faster delay than when I was streaming from my own OBS directly to Twitch. This is unbelievable. I'm going to be straight honest with everyone. This is incredible. I got to give props to Rumble right now. This is, even if this breaks down because of my bitrate, this is some incredible stuff that they've managed to put together here. And then they are not capitalizing on this like they should be. Man, they really do need to make their own OBS if this is what they're doing. I have no reason to check Rumble itself, but we'll do it anyway. What'd I just do? Unpin tab. Man, press the wrong button. Mute tab. There we go. Ab. There we go. Like, Rumble has more delay than Twitch and Kick. It's like it's giving priority to the other websites because they want their program to work as best as possible, which is the smart way to do things. That's how I would design it. This is impressive. Now, what is this morning gonna look like? Let's see. Very nice. Okay. So only YouTube has the weird @ in the names, but who cares? This is unbelievable. And my CPU and GPU load is obviously extremely down because I'm no longer running 4 instances of OBS. This is shocking. This is really shocking stuff. Folks, for those just getting here, we now have a whole new setup. And it seems to be working. And it's an unbelievably better setup. Like, it's more secure. It's seemingly higher quality. It's hard to believe, to be honest. Very hard to believe. We'll see how it goes. All right, well, let's open Discord and ping everyone. Help, please. Watch and let me know if anything goes wrong today. I'm live and alive and testing, running all 4 streams through Rumble Studio alone with only 1 OBS. In other words, I'm very afraid things will break or go wrong on any of the 4 streams. So today, if you could open multiple streams and let me know if anything is lagging on one or breaking or is lower quality on one, audio or video, please let me know. Issues could come at any time, anywhere. Also, in general, anyone who is able to have multiple of my streams open at once. So I know if there is ever an issue, I appreciate. Anyway, come live and alive. We practicing Elden Ring for the next 9 hours, probably. Come now. I should probably remove the probably. And Discord pinged. And publish it. There it is. Folks. There it is. Gonna be a weird one. Absolutely gonna be a weird day. I can resize all my windows if this works, but I don't want to get ahead of myself and assume that it's gonna work. Well, now, for the first time ever, instead of swapping over to my desktop, now I press the hotkey and I swap to my game capture. Now we're gonna see if this all breaks down. Here, now we're gonna find out. Interesting. Twitch and Kick are getting better reception than Rumble is, even though it's all through Rumble. That's funny, but not by much. YouTube is about a 20-second delay. I wonder what causes that. The YouTube stream appears highly pixelated to me. Wait, no, that's because I'm low quality on that. That's my fault. No, it might be fine. I have no way to know if it's not fine. Bitrate is certainly more all over the place. Bitrate is spiking all over the place as I move around. We're testing. Folks at home, if anyone can tell me if anything is breaking or acting strangely, I really will need to know. Where last we left off, we were fighting Goldfree. Let's see how that goes. Let's get back into it, I guess, and just mess around for a bit, and God willing. This works. Okay. Got a sleeping cat. Everything in the universe is good. For the moment, I say. As long as this works, I'm a happy camper. If this works all stream, I'm a real happy camper. Because this is genuinely game-changing for me. It reduces the load on my GPU and CPU by, like, magnitudes. I forgot to hit record because now I record things from my OBS, which is different. Start recording. Okay. We'll see how that goes. I'll have to basically watch the recording back later. See if that worked. Recording is an extra GPU CPU load, so we'll see how that goes. So what is the script? It is Ash of War, L2, R1, jump hit, unsheath, unsheath, jump attack, and then Ash, Ash, Ash. I appreciate you keeping me tabbed. That means a lot. February 21st, Saturday, we're doing a speedrun marathon all day long, morning till night. I hope you will be there to keep watch. Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and Elden Ring go back to back. We're going to test our mettle and everything we've been through. But thanks, and you have a great one. I'm so afraid everything's about to break, chat. That's what's happening. We want... that. All right, here we go. Classic. That's okay. That's not how we're usually fighting him anyway, but just badly timed. All right, now for the first actual fight. We're expecting in the speedrun to die to him on the first attempt like that. So, lock on, back, Ash, up, move in, jump, got him. Darn it! Little D-Rust. Chris the Ninja with the morning. Chris, could you do me a favor and read my ping in Discord? Today is a day I need help. Chris, I'm using OBS once. I'm streaming to every website through Rumble only. And so, Chris, if you could read that message and see the stuff that I need help with, if you have any ability today to just look at things at any point of the day, no pressure. I missed. I missed because of, I didn't use it at the right time. The jump attack button. Really? tough. We were zonked out of our minds last night. Chris, do you read that ping, my friend? When we were doing this, we were zonked. Just absolutely totaled. Kill me. I'm not counting this one. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Thank you. I made a mistake where I'm not supposed to do this, but I rolled backwards, so of course I got hit. That is not what I'm supposed to do. But sometimes, you know, my brain will kind of malfunction because I'd like, oh, attack is coming at me, and then I'll just, you know, panic roll out of nowhere, you know, like even though I know what to do. It does happen. All right, this time, play it by the book. Back, Ash, R1. Mega delay move. I think that's my least favorite move, is the mega delay. See how long it takes from start until we've actually killed him. Lock on, back, Ash, R1. Go up near him. Dodge, jump attack. Dodge, nope. Wasn't fast enough. That's like a frame difference. Chris says, yes, I read it. Chris, how are you doing today, my friend? How are you doing, Chris? You doing well? Chris, surprisingly, everything seems to be working, and it's working better than before. YouTube has a 19-second delay. I'm afraid, though, I can't check my streams. So, Chris, I don't know if you can hear me right now, but if you can, and you have the time, I would ask you to go watch on every stream, on YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and Rumble even, like 5 minutes of each, and just watch and listen on those streams, audio and video, and see if there's any weird effects in the video, like anything is weird happening, audio, any lag, if possible. That was stupid. I'm doing well, just chilling. Love to hear that, bro. If you're just chilling, any chance. So basically, I'm asking for 20 minutes of your time. Basically, focus on one site at a time only. Like, don't open all 4 at once. Just open one site at a time. Give 5 minutes listening to audio, watching the video, seeing if there's any, like, fragmenting, if it's lagging, anything weird at all on any of the sites. I personally think YouTube is having issues, but I cannot tell. All of the other ones seem to work fine. For all I know, YouTube is not having issues, though. Just beyond on my end that I'm seeing this, and it doesn't exist. Missed. I need to see what the poise number is when I do this right. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. If I was at full health, that killed him. Hey, Battery, welcome to the chat. I appreciate you, Chris. I really appreciate your help. If I know what the poise number is after doing everything right, I can definitely, on the fly, change the pattern. You're kidding me. You think you have more time because Unsheath is so fast, but you just don't. Not if you're like making movements beforehand. Oh, let me get the heater on. Figuring out that angle so he guaranteed doesn't hit me would be kind of nice. Okay. Perfect. I must have been out of stamina. Where I went to unsheath and it did the stance, but then it didn't do the actual move. Must have been out of stamina. Oh, that was really clean too, unfortunately. The ideal is that he does a stomp I can jump into for my jump attacks. That is the absolute ideal thing. But it's RNG at the end of the day. I mean, unless you're the world record holder, in which case you know how to manipulate the RNG to get the exact moves you want. That was my chance to jump attack as well. My Rumble stream appears frozen, but I can't tell if it's actually frozen or if it was just my computer. Is my internet dying right now? No, my bitrate seems fine. The streams on Twitch and Kick work fine. Stream on YouTube seems like it works fine, just delayed. It's just my Rumble stream is not loading for me. Which is weird, given that all of this is being done through Rumble. Again, it does seem like they're prioritizing the other websites over themselves to guarantee they work. Which is weird, given that all of this is being done through... There we go, yeah. Rumble has like a bit of a delay, but that seems fine. It seems like it's working. It's really hard for me to tell without active viewers, though. That is for sure. All right, moving on. I have no reason to think anything's broken at the moment, but I guess I'm just doubtful that everything's gonna work. It made me slow walk. I don't know what causes that. There's some bug which causes that. It's definitely the mods that are bugging out, causing that slow walk. I would assume so. Like I'll show you what they're all like. Randomly, my buttons will essentially stop working, and all I can do is this. Only that. I can't run. I can't dodge. The same bug existed in NIGHTREIGN. Funny enough. Chris says it's not frozen. You're good. It was only for like 10 seconds. $11. No, dude. It queued up another... Got him. And that's how you do it. It queued up in a R2 randomly. What was it queued up? Was it an R1? It was an R1, not an R2. I mean, it might... I don't know if YouTube is broken or if it's just my feed of it. For all I know, YouTube is fine. I wish I had somebody on YouTube telling me whether they're seeing a fine broadcast, no issues, or if they're seeing issues. Let's take a look here. 2 randomly. What was it queued up? Was it an R1? Oh, it actually looks fine. It was an R1, not an R2. Okay, maybe it is just me then. I mean, it might... I guess it's just me. Everything must be... Everything seems to be working. I just doubt anything. I'm doubting myself. Like right now, on my end, things are freezing. Like right now... Okay, I'll give you an example, Chris, or anyone watching. On my end right now, I'll show you. Here's my feed of Rumble. Here's my page. You see? It was just frozen for like 10 seconds. Now, was it frozen for everyone, or was it just me because of my stupid browser having an issue? In other words, something chat would never see. Let's go back and take a look. Hold on. That. I can't run, I can't dodge. The same bug existed in NIGHTREIGN, funny enough. Chris says it's not frozen, you're good. It was only for like 10 seconds. I just want to watch what I do here. I roll. I attack. I'm noticing something. You don't have... Oh my gosh, you can't see the poise. I just realized because this is game capture, you can't see my poise. That is so funny. Because the poise is coming from another mod. 11. I mean, I guess you don't need to. No, dude. It queued up another... Got him. Watching. And that's how you do it. It queued up in a R2 It must have been randomly. Fine. It must have just been my browser. Okay, it must have literally just been my browser. Also, that didn't take that long to kill him. So if this was the speedrun day and we killed him that fast, where it only took us, what? About 15, like, maybe 10 minutes of gameplay, 15 minutes of gameplay to kill him? I think 10 minutes. I'd be fine. But you can see right now, folks. You can't see. I have no one in the chat telling me that you're not seeing what I'm showing you. Because there's game capture. Oh, chat, I'm not used to this. I'm not used to having an actual professional settings stream up. Stream. This is so funny. So you can't see what I'm showing you. Yeah, it's just for me, Rumble is pausing, but it's literally just, I don't know if it's my internet or if it's my browser or what's going on, but y'all can't see. This whole time, chat, for those who are listening and like, what is Dan talking about? I've been showing something on my screen, but how would you know? I mean, you heard the audio playing, but that's about it. This is going to take some time to get used to, okay? That's basically the situation we're in, ladies and gentlemen. Going to take some time to get used to. Now, that's not an issue. The only issue is if something is broken or not working, but everything, maybe everything is working. Maybe. Let's try it again, huh? I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I accidentally used my Ash of War for no reason. Oh, brain. See, the Radon kill is so simple. It's like just, you know, get into his crotch, beat on him, roll in, get behind him before he puts his swords in the ground, and then he's dead. This is so much more complex. Blowing my nose. 1 second, chat. Okay. All right. Chris is over here now and looks good. Interesting. 1, 2. He does the follow-up. Not close enough. I keep having that happen where I'm having... The reason he didn't die is because I did an R1 in the middle. It's buffering it. I have to be so exact with my buttons. Usually, I'm used to spamming them because the controller often misses inputs. So I'll hit R1 sometimes and the R1 doesn't come out. So I've learned to spam R1. That guarantees it comes out. But now, I can't do that. If I spam R1, it interrupts the combo. Over here now it looks good, says Chris. I'm gonna have to trust you, because what I'm seeing is just obviously not accurate to what anyone else watching the stream would be seeing. That was a case of I needed to... What? I missed the jump attack? Even though it was point blank? Okay. I just realized that. That was a weird one. That was a very weird one, folks. You all, I'm not going to set it up so you can see this, but I can see things you can't see. I can see the poise value. That's 5. Didn't mean to do that. I'm off right now. This is not correct. Yeah, I don't know. I did an extra move in there, and I didn't know what it was. I couldn't remember. So the whole time I'm like, and 5. I'm gonna test something out real quick. Well, no, I can't test it out because I was gonna kill the one of the tree guys, but they're way too... They'll instantly die, so like I won't be able to see the actual thing. Here's what I mean. That was wrong. I meant to do this. Look, that's doing poise over time. Wait, what? Why is the tree guys it's poise over time, but gold free it's not? That's weird, man. Fascinating. Like that's just a one-time 5 poise value. I ran out of stamina, chat. Yeah. I ran out of stamina. Like, there was just nothing I could do. Like, that was it. We did it perfectly, but I didn't think about my stamina. I was too quick with it. Which is good. I'd rather be, you know, losing because I was too fast than too slow. Because up until now, it's been too slow because, you know, as I'm learning it. But now that I have it down, seemingly, somewhat. I just did an R1. That R1 was not intended. I was trying to switch weapon. I was trapped. He was up against the wall, so I couldn't strafe behind him. I really need to try and keep him in the center somehow. After the birthday marathon, it's very likely that I end up continuing the speed run and getting it tighter and tighter because I just really want to see how far I can push it. Yeah, I knew in my head. I wasn't even looking at the stamina bar. I was like, well, this is all perfect. There's no shot I still have stamina after this jump attack. Like, I knew it. That's the trouble, is you actually have to slow it down. You have to give a few second buffer so that the poise doesn't reset, but you get your stamina back. That's where it's hard. If you had infinite stamina, this was free. In fact, I'll show you exactly what I mean. No, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't. I'll mess up my... I could turn on infinite stamina in the practice tool, and that would be very bad. Because I'd confuse myself. Also, that happened because I ran forward. I was out of stamina. That simple. It's, you know, before the issue was getting fast enough. Now that we're fast enough, the issue is having to slow it down. There's really only one moment where I have to rush, which is when I need to get him to use my Ash of War on his body. I didn't run around him there. I think... What happened? Yeah, I just started running straight. My strafe, like midway, I just started running straight back. It's because it was so bright on screen, the fire, that like I kind of confused myself. I'm shocked that this is all working right now. I mean, if it is. I guess Chris will be the arbiter. And let us know. But it seems to be working, folks. This Rumble Studio multi-stream situation, I mean. Yeah, I was too slow. That time, I was too slow. I missed. Yep. I can't be doing things in his face. That's why this boss is all about strafing. So the second he's up against the wall, go next. And it's my fault. I cannot bring him to the wall. I need to, like, very, very specifically choose where I run. This fight is actually all about spacing. So, like, run back. And I don't get hit because of the pixel of right spacing. I didn't dodge there on purpose. I was like... It's because I'm doing the jump attack wrong. Like, I'm doing my button inputs incorrectly. I'm jumping at the top. I'm clicking attack right after jumping. That's not how you do a jump attack. That's what I'm doing. You see that? And so I miss him because he moves too much. That's what I need to be doing. That guarantees I hit him. Guarantees. Because lock-on will then snap you to him when you do it like that. Okay. I couldn't really see his foot. I tried to do my jump attack, but I couldn't see his foot. I just went right into it. We're not that deep into stream, though. So I think we should have this done not too long. He's feeling a lot more simple. There we go. His poise reset. I didn't hit him with the unsheath fast enough. Maybe I should be counting out loud. And that's how I do it. I'll try that. I'm going to try actually counting out loud as I do hits, chat. I doubt it's hard to... I mean, well, can I basically focus and count at the same time? I don't know. Let's find out. Seems simple, but... 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 9, 8, 7, 6. It's very hard to count and also focus on him. It is very hard to do these two things at once. I know it seems simple, but when you have to be as precise and dodging and like focusing, then, you know, you could hear it when I was counting. It wasn't consistent. Like I was saying like 5, 4, 3, like I was stopping because it's like the brain is trying to focus. This is like another layer of challenge. 10, 9, 8. I missed my jump attack, by the way, because I did it too early. I went right to the side of him. He constantly is spinning around you, which is why your jump attacks have to be right when you touch the ground. They can't be hitting the attack button the moment you hit jump. So the second I see him take damage, that's when the count starts. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. I messed up completely. I hit him with an R1, but that wasn't even the issue. I couldn't get a jump attack off in time. Question is, how many R1s are equal to a jump attack? That's the question. Let's find out. I did 29 poise to this enemy. That did 13 poise. 29. So in other words... doesn't add up that well, unfortunately. So it would be like 3 R1s, but then it throws everything else off. This is so precise, chat. You see, it's so much easier when I'm not counting. That was weird. Counting just makes it impossible for me to focus. But I also am trying to watch the poise meter, which makes it impossible for me to focus. Tough. I just need to focus on fighting him and subconsciously learning these things. That's all there is to it. He did a change up on me. It's interesting because it's like learning their moves all for the first time. Because when in my first playthrough of Elden Ring, I just blitzed through things. I was able to get unbelievable damage. I'm really never going to know if my streams are breaking or not until I have a large number of people in there to straight up tell me. Because things happen like you have to be watching every stream at once to know. Can't see. Yeah, that was it, but unfortunately it trapped me against the door. I need him to chase me into the back room, but like It's so hard to keep the poise meter going if I do that. Because just getting stuck is like how I die most of the time. Yeah, that was not... I ran forward. It's just like with Radon. It's when I go into Radon, I need to be holding back. And the same is true for going into Gold-Free. I have to be holding back, but I just often forget. You'd think that after like 100, attempts, you would remember that, but no, I don't know. That's not how my brain works. So holding back, like right now. And then I have to run past him, try and get him over here. Forgot about the second part of that. But you see, then we're back in this room. He keeps making moves to turn me around back into this little room. Like, the angle of everything is just so painful. And he doesn't follow you quickly. He doesn't run after you. So if I run behind him, he's gonna wait in that small room. It's wherever he ends up at the very start is where he's gonna be the entire fight. Tough. That was a perfect counter. I'm watching it on the replay cam right now because that was interesting. I fought that perfectly. And he flipped around and immediately stomped my face. He like perfect countered me. He flipped around with his foot and just smashed me. As I went around him. That wasn't bad though. I like that. Most of the time that would have been successful. I don't know, that was weird. Again. Yeah. Whenever you see me do something like that, it means I know the poise meter's about to run out, in which case it's over anyway. It's like I understand this fight so well at this point. So it kills me that I'm just not consistent at all. I didn't mean to do that attack. Everything is going to be off now. What happened was I was trying to... this happens sometimes where I'm trying to release my two-handing. And... instead, it doesn't attack. Because it's just like a microsecond. I guess I hit the attack button before by a microsecond. I need to maybe remember to press Y first. See? That wasn't a strafe. That was a dodge. Was I unlocked? Hold on, I'm watching. Did it unlock me? I don't think so. The camera couldn't turn because we were up against the wall. Yeah. We were in that corner. That's why the strafe didn't succeed. He loves... Look, it's just this corner. There was nowhere I could go. I can try that move again where I run past him, but I don't think that's gonna work. I'll try that again. Where I just run at him. Like, he goes some, like, this works a lot. That was almost it. That was almost it. I missed him with the ghost of explosion. He moved. I timed it just a little bit too late. I mean, it's almost consistent. He does do that a lot if I just run at him. He does jump past me. But it's not consistent, we learned last night. But it's almost consistent. It might be consistent enough, though. And it guarantees that we're not stuck in that room. You see, but then sometimes this will just happen. See, he didn't jump over me that time. You see? That was buffered, by the way. I didn't, like, mistime a dodge there. That was a dodge from, like, before I landed that buffered and immediately did it when I recovered the animation. That's a FromSoft classic. It's incredible, though. It's like, your button presses have to be so precise, and if a button doesn't work, well, that's just how it goes. It's just not consistent enough. It's so much better, but it's just not consistent. See, that was a jump attack. I did it right that time. One. Miss. I had no choice. I was about to run out of poise. I had to just hope he didn't hit me there. And then I would have had him. Then my next move would have been just to circle around him, and then I could have done the Ash. And boom, perfect. He's dead. It's always just one move off. Yep. That was me trying to stop two-handing, but instead it didn't attack, so he killed me. I genuinely don't call that a loss. That's just a whatever. That's just like the input of my controller sucking. Because I pressed the buttons, but it just like was like, you see? Then it did an attack. You see that? I'm trying to change right now. I need a hold down Y first. That's what it is. It's just learning how to change properly. I need a hold down Y before anything else. All right, this one might not work because I just had that. Yeah, I had that weirdness happen. Kill me. It might be faster. When I know that something is broken or gone wrong, I should just quit out. It's faster, I think. Almost quit the desktop. That's the 1 in 20 where he doesn't walk forwards. He just stays in place. It's like, it's so interesting how they design these types of things. With like some RNG present. Even the most simple actions. Got staggered. Can you jump with an Iron Jar Aromaticon? I wonder about that. Maybe. Yep. Yeah, it's faster to just quit out, I think. Then having to go through the full death animation, and then you died, and then it loads. That's faster. And it gives me my full stats back on reload in the mod, so it makes perfect sense. Hold back. And he can wait. So that time, I was like, oh, he's not doing the follow-up because he stopped his animation. But the moment I jumped, he then chained his follow-up. So he has like an amount of seconds where he can decide to do a follow-up based on if I make a reaction. Like, that is incredible. Like, you have to give it to FromSoft here. Like, games have come quite a long way. Technology has come a long way. I let myself die there because I once again hit him instead of changing weapon. That's now happened to me multiple times in a row when I've gotten that far. Hold Y, then I need to straight up practice this. The problem is that I'm already holding down, like my finger's already on the R stick, ready to attack. And so then I want to change, but my finger was already there, and so instead, I hit the R button too early. All right. Up against the wall. Yep. That only hit me because I was stuck. I keep dying to nonsense. It's very infuriating. I'm dying to nonsense and not the actual fight. But I guess that's kind of all there is to it, right? Like, I wish he would just do the jump attack guaranteed, but no. He'll always charge when I do this, right? Except sometimes he doesn't. That was the jump attack. I had it perfectly, and then my brain was like, wait a minute. I forgot what I was supposed to be doing, which was doing a jump attack. And so he was like, hey, you want to do a jump attack? And I was like, nah. Like, he did this stomp in a perfect range for me to jump attack, and I was like, I literally thought in my head, I was like, I could jump attack now, but why would I? And it's like, well, that's because that's what I'm supposed to do. That is literally the next move I'm supposed to use, man. I mean, we could try. That could have worked. I'm trying out something different. Do I run left? There's more room to the left than there is to the right, I think. I want to guarantee he's not stuck in that little room, because a majority of our deaths are dying against a wall, like we just did, for example. And so I need to run somewhere that there isn't a wall and then start fighting him. Because doing it right up against this wall doesn't help. Sometimes he'll also do a jump over me like this. And at that point, I can just go like this. But now he's in the room again. Three, two. I don't know. I didn't know what to do at that point. Everything had fallen apart. Getting him out of that room takes so much time that the poise meter will always reset. I need to wait longer if he jumps over my head. Unsheath is so broken. I wish that was all I was using, to be honest. All right, I'm gonna go over here then. Nice. Possible the poise ran out. I don't know. I was out of stamina. Yep. I think I made it just in time. It's just so precise that I can't look anywhere but directly at him to focus. And so I can't look at my stamina bar. There's just no way for me to do it. Over here? No, there's no room over here. Over here. Bro, the stupid pillar. Wouldn't let me run. I think there's promise here. It just happens to be that because he staggered me, he then did an instant kill afterwards. What if I try running left? I doubt that'll work, though. It's always been right. Maybe I try left. Let me try strafing to the left instead of the right. See what happens. I mean, I want to strafe the other way if I can. Stamina, man. Yep. I'm just watching the replay and I'm watching me run out of stamina each time. If I could count to 10, like 9, 8, 7, every time, I would know how much time I have. I'd be able to be more patient, but I can't do that because that just distracts me immediately and I'm unable to fight him properly. There we go. I didn't mean to hit any of those buttons. Out of stamina. What was I gonna do? What am I only gonna do 5? If I could just get him 5 poise at a time and just do my ash explosion each time, so that I'm just set up, that would be so much nicer. I'm wearing the right stuff, right? Yeah, I am. Got him. Nice. If you are directly, if his foot touches me, that's like instant death. If I am farther back, it almost kills me, but I stay alive. That time in my head when going to two-hand, I literally said press Y first. Like in my head, I just said press Y first. Hold back. R1. Run forward. Circle him. Jump attack. Did I already do the jump attack, or... I forget. Was that... I might have already done the jump attack there, and that was a second jump attack. My short-term memory issues really make learning this kind of stuff just way more difficult than it would for a normal person, I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I might get hit here. Hit. Yep, I didn't do it again. My character went for an attack, even though I was trying to change weapons. This is the worst controller of all time, I'm realizing, if you want to be precise. I'm almost thinking, I mean, I could try swapping out for the other controller and see if that does me better. You know what? I'm going to try swapping out. I have a Chinese PlayStation controller. That was like $2. I'm gonna try that. Let's go get that. Hey Chris, are you still around? Did you ever look at the other websites by chance? I know at one point you were like, YouTube is fine, but then you never, you know. All right, headphones off. Move all this stuff over so I can get up. Computer over. Question is, where did I put that cheap Chinese knockoff PlayStation controller? Hold on, folks. I gotta rummage through my closet real quick. Alright. Well, I found it. Mello, hello. Hey, that rhymed. Mello, hold on one second. I'm sitting back down. Hold on. Throwing on my phone here. Hello, how are you today, Adam? You streaming your anxiety attack still? Pretty much. Oh. Golly gee. I'm trying a different controller. I have a $2 PlayStation knockoff controller from China. It feels like how controllers felt to me when I was like a little child. But I think this used Xbox controller I've been using is just missing too many inputs. It is constantly making mistakes. It is just like, we're dying to miss inputs most of the time. Some telemarketer calling me. It'll be fine. It won't be fine. Adam, how are you today? You doing well? And Mello, also, how are you? You didn't answer. Let me untangle, get this Xbox controller out of here. Elsa is tired. I know the feeling. Boy, do I. Oh. Here. You doing well, Adam? Okay. Still getting situated here. Doing all right. Love to hear that. Always takes me a minute. I'm just wrapped up in so many different things. Oh. Folks, for those who are don't know, we are testing running all 4 of my streams only through Rumble Studio. And so I've asked everyone watching the stream to pay close attention. If there's any buffering, audio, video issues of any kind, to let me know, because we're testing something that is pretty big today. And I expected it to fail. I'm surprised it hasn't yet, but I need to know if something fails. This is like super important. Well, it says, was on first ship at new job and surprised 3 hours overtime. Okay, I heard a little ding there. Okay, this is the cheap Chinese controller. Oh, wow, look, this one doesn't do the same mistakes. I mean, it sort of did, but... So I just got home. Mello, if you don't mind, I mean, you don't have to say this, but what are you doing as work? What did you said you got hired? What's the job? Just having some water, folks. There we go. Go. What's the job is one question. The next question would more important question. Saturday, don't tell me you're working during my marathon. Surely you're going to be here. Warehouse work? Nice. Consistent work there. All that is until the robots take over all warehouses and become cheap enough labor. There already are robot-run warehouses. Adam says, big baller move having Rumble chat integrated, by the way. For a guy worried about YouTube algorithms. I know what you're really saying is like, hey, bro, are you stupid? Because, like, you know, the chances that somebody says something dumb on Rumble are higher, which then make you lose monetization, which means that you can't feed your grandmother, who's more important than caring about stupid stuff like that, you know? And I know that's what you're saying, and you make a good point, Adam, but the thing is, it's more rare. The thing is, if somebody is in my Rumble chat saying anything that they shouldn't be, right, that are basically like, hey, let's see if we can make this guy not able to feed his grandmother, right? So if that happens, it's like, I'm going to ban them. But, you know, that can happen anywhere is the thing, right? Like I feel you. Like, Adam, you're saying a very good point. Like, you definitely are. But I think it's fine. I really do. And also, it had... thing is, YouTube and Kick have always had the Rumble chat integrated. But, you know, now it's in another place, too. Chat on YouTube is taking a while, and it won't be working. And I won't be working on Sunday. Oh, that's wonderful to hear. What do you mean? Oh, chat is taking a while. I'll tell you why. Mello, there's a very strange thing that is the only... So everything is working about this setup except for one thing is strange. So, Twitch has a 2-second delay. Kick has a 2-second delay. Rumble has a 5-second delay. So Rumble has a longer delay even though it's all through its platform. And then this is the weird one. YouTube has a 19-second delay. That's why you're saying, Mello, that it's slow. It's because YouTube is a 19-second delay. You should live your life unafraid. I mean, that's a nice thing to say, you know? That's like... It's nice to say live your life unafraid of, like, having to feed your family. But, like, when you have a family, you gotta feed them, you know? You can't be like, well, you should live your life unafraid of having to do it. You know, you can't just have a things will work out mentality when you live in a village. You feel me? You know? It's just... It's the way it is. Like... Living unafraid is what either rich people can do or people without responsibilities can do. You know what I mean? Like, I could take a big stand, but then feeding my family is harder. You know? And living unworried about not feeding my family means a lot less. Like, I feel better in life. I'm happier when I'm feeding my family. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? No, I mean, it's good to be bold. For the most part, yes. But listen, my soul, I'll tell you, my soul, it has a value to it. And that value is whatever feeds my grandmama. You know? But I do feel you. I do feel you. You know, it's all about a balance, right? It's a balance between the two. Like, I'm not going to ever be somebody who lies or deceives. You know what I mean? But, okay, first attempt with the Chinese... I bit my tongue down. $2 PlayStation controller. Dog's pad. It is a very different size. I really need him to get out of there. Think about how much more capable you are when you're bold, regardless of whatever risks. I mean, that's definitely not true. Being fearless does not equate to being more capable. Certainly not. Not in all situations. That, like, it's a good platitude, but like across the board, I wouldn't say so. Here's the thing. There's a reason why humans evolved to have fear receptors, to be afraid of things. Not that I have any fears. That part of my brain is legitimately broken. I have like brain damage, so I can't feel fear like a normal person. But that's irrelevant, all right? We evolved for fear because it keeps you alive, you know? You're stealthy on the hunt so that you can catch the unsuspecting prey. If you're bold and just run at it, it's gonna run away, you know? You have to play the game. If you're a lion. Yes. I know. Things often apply in many circumstances, but not in others. Okay. Don't do it. What I said don't do it to was he was walking towards the wall. I don't know if I have enough damage. Tough. If you're too scared to go into the woods, you starve. For sure, but that's why it's a balance. If you're too scared to go into the woods, you starve. But then if you just run into the woods, buck wild, as bold as can be, and just run at the deer's gonna get away from you every time, right? You gotta sneak up on it, quiet. You have to play the game of the deer, right? It's not one or the other. It's not black or white. It's about a balance. That's my point. Just a bit, you know, just saying always be bold and you're fine. It's like, well, that's just not the case. It's just sometimes you have the thing about life is you have to know when to be bold. You know, you have to know when to take a stand, when not to, when to be confident, when to be cautious. To say there is no point of caution in life, you should always be bold, is obviously not what you're saying, but it's obviously like, you know, everything in life is about balance. You don't have to sneak up on a deer. You can chase it and catch it. We're not fast enough to do that. I don't think that's ever happened. You got my truck, brother. I can do it. I grew up around a lot of hunters. And let me tell you something they had to always do. Sneak up on it. Because those things can hear the smallest sound. And they will just take off. And then you don't eat. Dude, I wonder why it did the R1 there. And it didn't do the jump attack. I wonder if this will do it. So I got it, but I accidentally had another button press. I had an extra button press there, which is what killed me. Okay, but so you just said there are tribes that exhaustion hunt. Are you saying that every single tribe exhaustion hunts? No, like, this is the point. And are the tribes that exhaustion hunt, are they the ones who... Also, exhaustion hunt, you're still... You know, humans have more endurance than any other living creature that'll die of exhaustion. But, like, this is the point. It's like, is that the best method? The tribes that still exhaustion hunt, they haven't moved past being tribes because clearly their method wasn't the best one. The tribes that were the most successful moved on and created civilization, right? Because they evolved past because they were so successful that they were, you know, had an abundance of food, abundance of children, and they grew and their society grew and grew and grew. So, you know, that is the course of nature. The most optimal path always succeeds the most and expands the most. Unless outside forces crush it, that is. I need to get him away from this wall, but I have 4, 3, 2... Yeah, I addressed it. You're talking about evolving from prehistory? You can exhaustion on before tools does. What? I think you missed something I said. My point is, it isn't a rule across the board. Like, what's the debate? Are you saying that objectively, always, never you could... So I just want to be clear, because I'm saying that sometimes caution is necessary. And sometimes it's better to use caution. You're saying never in your life, ever, under any circumstance, use caution. You know? Never. Under any circumstance, no matter what, use caution. Obviously, you're not saying that. Talking about the points of fear in relation to hunting deer. I'm talking in general, in life. And everything that we're talking about are examples and like, metaphors? No, not metaphors. Analogy. These are analogy. The point was about life, because we were talking about saying certain things or not saying them. So this all is just about that specifically, you know? Of whether you would, if it ever is advantageous to be cautious versus bold. I'm just refuting the deer example. All right, I might be wrong about that. You know, listen, I can be wrong about that, but the main point, the point I care about is about this being cautious. It's important to have balance. A lot of people just don't go with balance. They have to be one way or the other. And it causes failure so often in life, or it turns people off, you know? It can hurt relationships. And there's just so much in life where it's like, you have to analyze the situation. Everything is so specific to the situation. And it's so easy to get lost in like, Bolts of Bravery exists in the context of fear. Sure. But it's all about a balance. You know? Balance is everything. Would you disagree that balance is not important? No, wait. Would you disagree? Balance is important. I said that in a double negative way. I think you know what I mean. Balance is important. You agree, surely, right? Okay, what is the select button on this controller? Hold on, this Chinese knockoff controller. I don't know what that... Okay. The select button is like hidden. Then what is this middle button? Okay, there's like extra buttons on this controller. What do these buttons do? This controller, I think it'll be harder to quit out. Yeah, I mean, balance is important, sure. Well, then that's the whole conversation right there. It is really hard to quit out with this thing. See, why can't you press B to exit this screen? I've never understood that. You can get locked into making a mistake if you click buttons too fast, and then it locks you in. It's like, no, you can't do anything else. You've gone too far. I wonder what the reasoning for that is. I tried to strafe, but like... Thought maybe that would miss me. He's up against the wall. I can't strafe. He keeps doing the same move over and over again. I don't know if I've done another unsheath. You see, he loves... There's just not enough room in this little hallway. And so he goes right into either that wall or this wall, and he gets stuck. Because he likes to make these big, wide, sweeping movements. That's the problem with this guy. That's the problem with fighting him in the hallway, I mean. I'm very concerned, folks. I'm very concerned about time. I think I got it in time. I was trying to switch to the Uchigatana, and I couldn't find a moment to do it. So the second I did it, he hit me. Can I switch while I'm in an attack? Adam, I feel like I never asked you, or if I did, it was so long ago, and then you weren't in chat for a long time. But what is your FromSoft experience? So if I'm like in the middle of attacks... No, you can't like just unselect in the middle with one button. You cannot two-hand in the middle with a singular button press. That's what I'm trying to say. Like what games I've played? Yeah. I'm sure I asked you this before, because I ask everyone this. You have to remember, it's a lot more novel to... I thought that would miss me, to be honest. It's a lot more novel to me. I must have been out of stamp. As somebody who never played games in their life up until streaming. So I'm always asking this. I like to know, like, what are people's experience? And also, it's like, a big part of it is I like to know basically who I can ask advice for on a specific thing. You know what I mean? Like if somebody says, oh, I played this game a million hours, I've played that game, or I've done that, I know, oh, I can ask this person about that. It's that kind of thing, mainly. Because, I don't know, it's like, this is all so new to me still, you know? And so, I don't know. A lot of it is very intimidating. And so that's why I always ask. Also, I'm always fascinated by people's experience. I bit my tongue again. Kill me. Ow, man. I keep biting my tongue over and over again. Yesterday, I did it 3 times on stream. Today, I just did it 2 times in a row. And I did it earlier when I was on a phone call. Biting your tongue is a very bad thing because you do it once. And what happens is your tongue starts to swell. And so then it becomes easier to accidentally bite it again. And so then you bite it again, and then it swells more. And so every time... The only FromSoft games I played are... The only FromSoft games I played are 007, Nightfire, and Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. Oh, and Mario 64. I don't think Mario 64 was a FromSoft title. But, I feel like, I meant From Software as in, like, Elden Ring, Dark Souls series, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Kingsfield, technically. I mean, From Software made a lot of games. But have you never played a From Software game, then? I really need to stop biting my tongue, man. It is just... the worst. I really hate it. Like, why do I have a big tongue specifically? You know, what's the reasoning that this is happening to me over and over again? I'm just getting used to this controller right now. It is a very different feel of a controller, and its layout is completely different than what I've been. What is this? You don't see this on screen, do you? Oh, you mean like Sonic the Hedgehog? No, From Software, like Elden Ring, Dark Souls 1, 2, or 3. Have you ever played those games? What is happening right... Okay, chat, you can't see this, but because I'm using game capture. But there's a pop-up that looks like a pizza on my screen that says load position, load save file, AI disable, no damage, target info, and save position. And it's not going away. Uh-oh. This must be the practice tool broke. Oh, I played Soul Calibur? Okay, Soul Calibur is not... Is Soul Calibur a FromSoft? I wouldn't know. Is Soul Calibur a FromSoft game? I don't know. I don't think you've ever played a From Software game then. What did... Okay, chat, you have to bear with me. Something weird is happening, but you can't see it. Hopefully everything works normally after this. God help us. Okay. Well. So you've played all of the games you're talking about. All of the games you've just listed, which are not FromSoft games. FromSoft is the name of the company that makes this game. I'm talking about a studio. It's like Nintendo makes Mario. FromSoft makes the Dark Souls series and Elden Ring. That was a little slow. Restart. I almost was able to pull that off, but then I un-two-handed for some reason. My brain kind of glitched. But so I've never played those games. I've never played all of the games you listed. I've played Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Scald First, and unfortunately an Elden Ring. Okay, there you go. You were just messing with me, I figured. But I wasn't 100% sure if there was like a misunderstanding. Autism paving the way for my trolling, by the way. Listen, I'm on that spectrum just a little bit. You can tell. I was like half sure you were, but I was like, the problem is so many people come in chat and will just not understand me when I say it. So, like, I have asked so many people that same question and had people answer the weirdest things. Chat, I just bit my tongue again. This is starting to be a problem. It's what happens when you talk for very, very long periods. But here's what here is the question I would like to ask you. When did you last play Elden Ring? How long ago was it? That's how I have to speak, so I do not hurt my tongue. Just kill me. I'm getting used to this new controller, so like what I just did, that extra action, that's because the buttons on this controller are very different. Yeah, my favorite is Sister Fister, Reloaded. Your tongue is going to be sore? Yeah, bro. It straight up is. Also, I appreciate you watching on... I see, Chris, you're just going from chat to chat. Chris, you still haven't seen any problems anywhere? I'm so shocked. With this multi-stream situation, I'm shocked. You really have to get... Like, listen, even if it breaks later, I have to give props to Rumble. They really made this well, and I think they're foolish for not, like... marketing it better, because this is impressive that it's working as it is. Okay, moment of truth. If that hits me, I'm dead. Ah, if that didn't hit me, that was it. That was it, man. But you notice, we got out of the little room. And so once we got out of the room, it was golden. Hunter Ninja Bear, someone I can rely upon. Hunter, I ask of you a favor if you have the time. First off, how are you today? That's the first question. That's question one. Question two, Hunter, is do you have like 20 minutes of your time I could borrow, or do you have other stuff you need to do? That's fine if you do. Obviously no pressure at all. I have no idea when I last played Elden Ring, by the way. I feel that. I am so bad at time. Like if somebody asks me, hey, do you know when you last did X or Y? I will never be able to tell someone correctly. This is pretty good in you. I'm doing pretty well. Chris says, I've only seen one buffer here, but I think that was my internet. That was 50 minutes ago. What do you need, says Hunter? Okay. Hunter, today we're doing a major test. Hold on one second. I got to deal with this enemy real quick. I realized he heard my sound. Here's the major test. I am using OBS one time right now. OBS is streaming software. One OBS. Up until now, I have always used 4. One for Twitch, one for Kick, one for YouTube, one for Rumble. I am now using only 1. And I'm sending Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and Rumble through Rumble. All of them. And Rumble is acting almost as the other OBSs. Rumble is splitting my stream to each of the websites. Here's the issue. I'm using a VPN on this connection. So now one VPN connection, which takes my internet and makes it much smaller, my internet capability, when you use a VPN. One VPN connection is now carrying 4 high definition 1080p, 60 FPS streams to 4 vastly different websites and 4 vastly different regions. And as a result of that, I very much am afraid that randomly YouTube will stutter, randomly Kick will stutter. My audio might be not good somewhere. The quality might pixelate on one site. Stuff like that, these issues. The problem is, it would happen at random, for one. For two, you don't know which website is gonna have the issue or not. So what I need, basically, is, and I asked Chris to do this earlier, and he said it's been fine so far, but I need, if you could, to spend like 5 minutes on each site. Only have one site at a time open and just spend 5 minutes watching and listening and looking to see, is there any stuttering? Is there any buffering? Is there pixelation? Are there issues? What are the issues? Does he sound consistent? Is there anything, if anything happens, basically on each of the 4 sites, 5 minutes on each of the 4 sites, that sort of thing. I would really appreciate it. And for anyone else watching, if you could jump around between all of the sites I'm streaming on and just randomly just to look and see, if there's a problem or not. Trust me, if you watch my content often, this is going to be worthwhile for you, because this keeps us from having like times when stuff breaks. If we can sort this all out and make sure it works, then we are going to be good. We're not going to have like random weeks off like we did a week ago because tech breaks, you know? This is very important. Sure, I can help you out with that. Thank you. Because I'm trying that, and I'm trying game capture for the first time today, which never worked until now, and I'm trying a new multi-chat. Everything is new. And so, like, honestly, the people in the chat, like Adam, like Chris, like you, Hunter, like anyone else, anyone who's talking to me means a lot today, more than usual. I mean, I always appreciate, but because when I actively have people talking to me, I know if their problem is happening, that the person actively talking to me would say, hey, Dan, you know, this problem is happening, and they'd point it out. But if no one is talking in the chat for a long period, then I have no idea if everything is broken or not, you know? And I'm just sitting there wondering. Boom. Also, we're trying a different controller for the first time. I couldn't strafe. It wouldn't let me around his body. He turned, and it turned with me. It turned me into a straight line. I couldn't get around him fast enough, basically, was what happened. Maybe that's maybe I'm supposed to strafe to the left on that one, and that's the answer. That might be it, chat. It might be just strafe to the left on that one. My problem is that I'm too patient, you know? Like, I'm willing to do this for 40 hours. That's a problem. I wish I wasn't so patient. So I could just give up already. It's funny because in the first 10 minutes of stream, we got this like 3 times. And we're struggling way more now. Now we are, Also, I need to move on to the next boss. I think he's slow walking too much. No, he made it. I misread what that move was. So why Scholar over Vanilla DS2? I'm going to give you the easy answer, but it's not the true answer. The easy answer is because I didn't buy any of these video games. Wonderful community members bought them for me. The only game which I bought myself is Elden Ring. And NIGHTREIGN are the only games I own. But Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 were all games community members bought for me because I straight up couldn't afford to buy them. So I was bought Scholar. Now, that's the fake answer. That is, I mean, technically that's true, but also I would want to play Scholar anyway because I've never played Vanilla DS2, right? I played Scholar only, right? I've beaten that suite of your fans. Yeah, the community is incredible. Shout out Breeze Bills T and Vertigo for buying me all those games and buying me Sekiro. But anyway, I beat Dark Souls 1. So in my life, I've only played the Dark Souls series, Elden Ring, NIGHTREIGN, Sekiro, which half of those were on stream, right? So when I was younger, I beat Dark Souls 1 maybe 70 times. I beat Dark Souls 2 maybe 30 times, but that was Scholar. I beat Dark Souls 3 maybe 100 times. And that was my only video game experience in my life, other than now on stream doing Elden Ring, Sekiro, and NIGHTREIGN. But I only know Scholar, so that's the real reason why I would be only playing Scholar. That's all I know, and I like it a lot. And you know, Miyazaki said that was the more real vision for the game, was how it came out in Scholar. That's the thing. And before you go, well, hold on, Miyazaki didn't work on Dark Souls 2. That's actually not true. A lot of people, it's like, yes, Tanimura was the lead of Dark Souls 2, but Miyazaki was very much involved advising in Dark Souls 2. Like, when you listen to interviews, like, a lot of people don't realize that. But, I mean, so Miyazaki says Scholar is more what he wanted Dark Souls 2 to be like. Now, Adam says, Scholar is a curse on mankind. It is one of the most unpleasant video game experiences I've ever played through. Vanilla's great, though. That's a very interesting take. I love Scholar, personally. Also, I've heard it both ways. I have heard it both ways. Scholar adds some serious pain if you don't know to take it slow, for sure. That's definitely a very... Oh, that was just bad time. Bad time dodge. That's obviously a very subjective thing. So it's funny you say that. Oh! Fascinating. If I click in the second right trigger stick, a pizza pie appears on my screen. You can't see it though because I'm doing game capture. Look. What? Huh? Excuse me? That's because I clicked in the right stick. Fascinating. Okay, what's gonna happen now? I hope I didn't break anything. Anyway, I prefer I like Scholar is basically the long and the short of it. I really do. Gottstruck, you down for liking Scholar? There you go. I mean, to be fair, I'm sure I would like vanilla too. You know, I definitely will play vanilla on stream eventually. Like, one day in the far future, I will try the original Dark Souls 1. I'll try the original Dark Souls 2. I'll even try pre-patches, you know? One, two. There we go. No stamina, that's fine. I had no choice. I had no choice. The poison meter was running out. No, but you really should try vanilla. It's a much less unpleasant. I mean, but Scholar isn't unpleasant for me at all. That's the thing. You say much less unpleasant, but I love Scholar. Like, I want to make clear, I think Scholar is great. It's not unpleasant for me even a little bit. It's much more like a game or an adventure. Ooh, interesting. Scholar is this weird randomizer mode. It's like a challenge mod. I mean, it's what they originally wanted the game to be. Whereas vanilla was more, they had to rush. I mean, just objectively from what the studio has said when they were doing it. It's cool that their rushed version maybe is better. I don't know. We'll see if I like it more. But it's possible, you know. There's a lot of cases of that in the world where the artist isn't like has a vision for something, but it's worse than like when it has a little interference by a studio. That's rare, but that sometimes is the case. But if you're having fun, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, I'm definitely gonna try it though. So I mean, I'm fascinated to hear that take. That was me because I missed my move. The people that actually annoy me are people who complain about Dark Souls 2 but have never played it and just play Scholar. I mean, I disagree with the base, like, the foundation of what you're saying, even though what you're saying is, I guess, objectively true. Like, if you say I hate DS2, but you haven't tried its other version, that makes sense, sort of. I guess, I mean, you're right, I guess. I guess I could say the other thing. If somebody said, who complains, because I'll give you an example, actually. I'll give you an example, Adam. Okay, there's a famous speedrunner named Mitriz who I watch. Fantastic. Great dude. He famously speedran Sekiro blindfolded. Whole game completely blindfolded. But anyway, so he played Dark Souls 2 on release and hated vanilla. And finally, this year, a few months ago, or like maybe a couple months ago, he finally played it, and he played it Scholar, and he much more enjoyed it. He much more enjoyed Scholar to Dark Souls 2. So what you're saying, while true, works both ways. Like, somebody could say, I hate Dark Souls 2, and then I go, well, have you played vanilla? And they go, no, I only play Scholar. And I say, well, then play vanilla, try that. Somebody could say, I hate Dark Souls 2. And I say, well, have you only played Scholar? And they're like, well, I've only played Scholar. So I play vanilla. If they say, I've only played vanilla, well, then play Scholar. You know what I mean? It works both ways. It is definitely subjective. But it is interesting. Okay. Good. Okay, game time. We were in the corner. That was it. All I had to do was hit him with Death's Poker and he dies, but we were in the corner, so I couldn't do the straight properly. The difference is Scholar has added enemies in places that don't make sense canonically or game design-wise. I mean, you say that, but you can't say canonically when FromSoft says that's where they were, you know, what they wanted more. They made it some kind of weird gank fest. For whatever reason, and I'm not saying this is better or worse, but FromSoft wanted it to be a weird gank fest. Hunter says there's some slight pixelation in the boss room, barely noticeable, could be on my end, besides that everything else seems fine. Hunter, this is a hard question for me to ask. Does it seem the same as usual, like the same usual pixelation, or is this kind of new? And it says, I met a lot of people that hated DS2 on launch because a lot of their identity was tied up in being good at DS1 by memorization, and then DS2 came out and they couldn't relearn stuff. That's fair. That makes sense. That kind of stuff happens a lot in gaming. Like, I totally believe that, Adam. People are funny that way. No. 1 in 20 random, he doesn't walk at you. People are very funny that way, where they like, people love to jump to conclusions. You know what I mean? People love, seems about the same, says Hunter. Ah, okay. Well, if so okay, I should amend what I originally said. If anything seems the same, it's okay then. I never understand this about people, and I guess it's because my brain's a little tweaked. I hate how people love to jump to conclusions, and then like, people love to validate their own biases. Now, everyone does this, even myself, of course, where you try and justify and validate your own bias. But it is so annoying how not self-aware a lot of people are. Like, for me, everyone does this, including myself, every human being. If you say I don't do this, then you're not a human. But the difference is some people can accept when they're wrong, or like can be like, well, you know what, maybe I'm being biased and rethink something. Other people will just be stubborn about it and be like, nope. You know? And that drives me up the wall. And there's a lot of Dark Souls 2 haters that I've seen who are just that. They're just being stubborn, you know? Like, it's just ego. I needed to jump attack him there. Alright, Hunter, so Rumble's good. The question will be the other websites, I suppose. Hunter, I really appreciate you checking. The more people that check, the more likely that it is working and it's not just a hallucination in my brain. It's hard for me to believe that this stream is working. Unbelievable props to Rumble that this is working. Out of stamina. Adam says probably true about me. I found it really satisfying when I found out about that guy's dog allergy. I have no idea who you're talking about. Dog allergy? I don't have a notification box anymore. Oh, I need to redo that. I realize I don't know. We, the teacher, is now following. Thank you so much. Okay, it popped up on screen, so I saw it. But I realized I had a notification box until now, but because it was inside of one of the OBSs, which I'm not using anymore. Welcome to the stream. You're living a better life not knowing? Then yeah, don't tell me. There's a lot of things I don't want to know about. I don't like to know about. There's a lot of people on this earth I just don't want to know exist. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? You know, I'm sure we all feel that way. Plenty of us feel not that way, where they like to know stuff. But I personally, being ignorant is something I've learned in my life. When they say blissfully ignorant, they're not joking. Sometimes that really goes far. We, the teacher, welcome to the community. I hope you'll be here Saturday, February 21st. We're doing a speedrun marathon, all Souls games back to back to back. Hope I'll see you. Okay, how do I pop out? Pop out event filtering options. Is that it? No. How do I pop out an activity feed? Alert queue, skip alert, enable chat box notifications, mute sounds. It's just, I have it here, but I just... chat. I don't want to log out. I'm just trying to figure out how to get my activity feed here, because I need that to know when people follow and stuff. Maybe get support will log me into their website, and then I can... Uno momento, por favor. We have a completely new setup today, and so this is something I need to figure out. So I appreciate you following when you did, because if that didn't happen, I wouldn't have noticed this issue. Okay, I go to streamlabs.com. I log in. I hope that I'm looking at the right account. Loading. I think I can pop out an activity feed from here. Stats. Weird. I'm not noticing any $1 million donations today. That's strange. Let's see. Multi-channel, multi-stream, dirty, all-stars. Alert box? Is that it? Loading. It's funny that I use Streamlabs for alerts when Streamlabs has, like, ruined my life. They're the, you know, I can't use the donation anymore because of no PayPal. Wait, hold on. Alert box? Launch? Are you sure you want to launch? Please make sure this is private. Do not show this on the stream. Do not share this with anyone. Protect yourself. Okay. It says not to show this on stream. It's just an empty box. Test? This is fake. Keep dreaming dances, Chris? No. I believe it's coming. Okay, so now I have an alert box. This is not what I'm looking for. This is the on-stream thing. I'm looking for the like events window. This is why I need always need somebody who streams in my chat who can just tell me, no, Dan, you're being stupid. It's blah blah. Ah, recent events maybe. Loading. Almost done, folks. There you go. It's got my Kick, YouTube, and Twitch, and then Rumble is nice because it puts all events into the chat. How do I pop this out now? Let's see. Safe mode. Expand mass. Event filters. Pop out recent events. Loading. Hey, that's it. All right, and now I need to just keep this always open when I stream. That's not too hard. All right, we're ready. We're good, folks. We're good. Let me minimize this, make it small. Here we go. I'll put it right here for now. Thick. I hate you, Windows 11. Windows 11 is like, are you sure you don't want this to be full screen? I'm like, no, I don't. It's like, well, how about I force you to make it full screen? It's like, no, please don't do that. And it's like, well, have you considered you're stupid and I know better than you? That's Windows 11. That's how it talks to you. Windows 11 treats you like you're a complete moron. And it's like, well, have you considered that you could do this in a much worse way? And that's actually better because, you know, bro, I hate it. Alrighty. Problem. He's in the corner. I need to jump there. That was my chance. Death. Yeah, I was screwed. There was nothing I could do there. The poise meter had run out. I knew it was over. I needed to get off my hit. And see, that's the problem is after I followed the script and now he's primed and I can one-shot him. At that point, when I get to that point, darn it, I just dropped a bunch of stuff. Hold on, chat. When I get to that point, he always starts to do delay moves. Hold on, chat. Sorry, chat, one moment. My setup is so funny. I'm like so bunched up against this table. I'm underneath the table. Technically, I'm locked under with my couch. It's kind of a ridiculous setup to use. And I'm about to move. I wonder what my next setup will be. Because I don't own this table. Killing this guy's meteor shower was really fun, by the way. I bet. You know what's really fun to me is just killing this guy with Comet Azor, you know, because he just walks up and immediately you can just immediately kill him. Or even more fun is killing Moog with Comet Azor because he'll walk across the entire arena while it's hitting him. And so it's a guaranteed one-shot, like a literal one-shot. That was okay, man. 1 pixel touched me. That was just straight up. I should have run for an extra. millisecond. I stopped running too early. You want to know something wild, chat? Today, I had a dream, okay? I had a dream that I had lost a bunch of weight. That I stepped on the scale and I was way less weight than I thought. Like, it was weird, like I had this dream, right? I woke up and I was like, well, I definitely have gained weight, surely. I've been eating double bacon cheeseburgers every day for the last, like, 3 weeks as I've been trying to perfect the recipe. But I'm like, let me go check. And so I go weigh myself, chat. And I have lost way more weight than I thought I would have. So even though I broke my diet, I am now about to hit my diet goal. Early. And so I'm sitting there, I'm shocked. But apparently, I've discovered the double bacon cheeseburger diet. All right, folks? I've cracked the code. Who would have known, chat? Double bacon cheeseburgers are actually the most healthy food that exists. I got too close to him. All he was just in the corner. But, Adam said double bacon cheeseburger is healthy if you skip the bun. Maybe. Yeah, you know, it's funny. I was literally talking to someone today about this. A very close friend of mine. And she was like, well, you know, if you just don't do the bun, because she does keto. And she's lost a lot of weight and become very fit doing keto. And she's like, you know, you can basically do keto if you just drop the bun. And I was like, yeah, but how about instead I jump off my roof? No, but I'm not joking. I've been doing double bacon cheeseburgers every day, and I've lost a ton of weight. So let me explain how, okay? That's all I've been eating, by the way, is just double bacon cheeseburgers. Literally, nothing else. The answer is... death. I knew I was out of stamina there, is why I said death. Like literally, that he ran up to the wall. He does this every time. He was ready for me to one-shot him. All I had to do was use my ash, but I have to get behind him. And so he just ran straight to the wall. He keeps doing this. But anyway, the reason I've lost all this weight is I'm eating 1 time a day, chat. That's why. So get this. I've calculated the calories. I'm eating a double bacon cheeseburger that is about 1,500, 1,600 calories. The entire burger is... Do you understand? For the people who know calories, you will understand how unhinged that is. That's like eating 3 Big Macs or something. Or 2.5 maybe. Okay? In one burger. You feel me? But I don't eat anything else the whole day. So I'm doing intermittent fasting. And so even though I'm eating such an unbelievable meal that it definitely fills me up, that's it. I'm losing so much weight. Intermittent fasting is healthy and works well. I know I've been a big proponent of intermittent fasting since before it became a health craze. Way before. Because here's the thing. In the ancient times of humanity, we didn't just have food on demand. That's how we evolved. You know, to have a lot of space between meals. And so, I'm not saying that it's better for you to live like that. I mean, the medical science says it is. But what I am saying is it's not foreign to your body. It's not bad for you. A lot of people go, oh, well, skipping a meal is bad for you. It's like, why do you think that? Like, how did it work for humans when we were hunter-gatherers, when we relied on hunting? There wasn't always food around. Usually, you know, that's how we were for, you know, the majority of humanity's life, you know, span. And so our bodies are very effective at handling something like that. Please get out of there. It's wild. It's like I don't know. I don't understand it. At the start of stream, I killed him 3 times very quickly. And now all of a sudden, it's like I can't do it. It's been about an hour and a half since we killed him. And if this happens on the speedrun day, it's over. We're screwed. Like we're in serious trouble. The stream will take us days. Speaking of, by the way, Adam, we're going to be practicing Dark Souls 2. Hopefully tomorrow, I'm hoping. There's no way. Stamina. I'm not going to have time to practice Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3, folks. We're just going to have to hope. But I have to practice Dark Souls 2 because that is a very different animal. It's a very different game, and it is just so much longer. Oh boy, I haven't even gotten to the other bosses in this game, chat. I am just so worried. Shiu, hello, hello. How are you today, my friend? I haven't had that hit me just naturally in so long. You never dodge the first one, you always dodge the second one. That was just a weird one. I wonder why he hit me there, or how he hit me. Hugh, how you doing? What's going on? Chris says, that's From Software. You don't do very well at first, and somehow you get worse. You meant that the other way. You do very well at first, and then you somehow get worse. I don't think intermittent fasting is also great. I told you many times to play Dark Souls. What do you mean? You refused? Oh, you mean for the weeks ahead? Okay, well, to be fair, you're acting like you knew that I was going to have server problems and I wasn't going to be able to stream and lose a week of streams. Like, if I didn't miss a week of streams because everything broke, then we wouldn't be having these problems. So this is not your, you know, you can't take credit. Yeah, I mean, you're right, technically. You know, in 2012, my friend said, you should maybe save some of this Bitcoin instead of selling it. And like, yes, I could have listened to him, but, you know, logically, there was no reason to. God help me. If only. Why am I getting hit all of a sudden? He might be bugged a little bit where he's like starting at a closer starting position. Something is not right because he should not be hitting me. No, a week is not enough to practice. It is. It absolutely is. I originally learned the Dark Souls 3 speedrun in like 3 days. No, like 2 days actually. Yeah, it definitely is enough time. 100% a week is enough time, but we just missed a week. Because again, I don't need to be perfect, but I just need to be able to beat each game in a few hours, and a week would have done that for me. I guarantee. Like, I had carefully calculated this all. I also spoke to some speedrunners about it. That's the thing. I spoke to some speedrunners and asked their opinion. I forgot something. I forgot to do the jump attack. Interesting. Wait a minute. Maybe I do the jump attack later. You could practice offline, but I don't... My friend, if I'm offline, it means I'm either at work or I'm like I'm busy. Like, you gotta understand, folks, I don't like spend time offline like watching a TV show or relaxing. That doesn't happen. That's why I'm such a stressed out person, is because I don't have time for myself ever. So I only have my time. If you're saying during, you know, when my computer was broken, I couldn't because my computer was running stuff constantly. So my computer was in use. Okay. That's wild. I had it. That was it. I mean, when the servers had a problem? Yeah, so when the servers had a problem, I was like running stuff on my computer trying to fix it. Now, funny enough, you gotta remember, you remember my Discord, Shiu. I didn't know that the reason was that the servers were having a problem. I thought it was my computer that had the problem. So I couldn't play games because I was the whole time trying to fix my computer. And then in the end, we found out it wasn't my computer at all. But we didn't know that. And so I couldn't use my computer to game because I was trying to fix it the whole time. I stayed up 4 days without sleep trying to fix my computer. That's why I was posting the Discord as like crazy as I was. Also, I'm kind of trying a new method that seems better, chat. I immediately go for my unsheaths. I'm not doing my jump attack. Boom. Like, look at this. I don't know why I thought that might miss me, but yeah, I'm getting the full combo out, and now he's ready for the Ash of Orin to kill. Chat, this is actually better. Like, this is, I have just discovered a better way to do this. Why would the world record holder have done it this other way, I wonder? I genuinely don't know, but this is, at least this is better for me. I've just figured out. Shihu, this is very important, my friend. Today, I'm testing out streaming to YouTube, Kick, and Twitch all through Rumble on one OBS. And so, if you notice any problems today, Shihu, I hope you're hearing me. If you notice any stuttering, bitrate issues, sound issues, lag, can you please let me know? Please, today especially, it's very important. Can you make sure to let me know? I don't know if you heard that. Can you tell me if you heard that? If not, I'll repeat myself the next time I see you in chat, my friend. This may hit me because we slid a bit. Slid a little bit to the right. Bruh. I'm getting used to this new controller is definitely... It's tough, but I haven't had a single ghost input. I haven't had a single time when I pressed the button and it didn't go through. So that tells me that Xbox controller actually is broken. Because, you know, that's part of it. You never know. Is it in my head? Am I just not pressing the button hard enough? Clearly, no. It is the controller. I can't open anything except... No, just on Kick, my friend. Just on Kick. I'm glad to hear it's very good for you, but at any point, it could become bad. Death. So if, like right now, it might be good, but later it might start to break. So if you notice anything later, Shihu, on Kick, just let me know. You don't need to go anywhere else, but I would just appreciate it. Thank you for looking for me. I do appreciate it, because this is actually, if this works, it means 99% of the tech issues I've had in the past won't apply anymore. I won't have them. It also means right now I'm using game capture. What that means is that only my game is showing. So in other words, I can't be doxxed. Like, my address can't appear on the screen, an ad can't show up, Windows 11 can't show something up and ruin my life. Like, now I'm finally secure streaming. I can't dox myself accidentally. And so that's, but I can only do this if this works. So I need to know if it's not working so I can try and fix it. But what's your plan for the day, Shu? Working? Done with work? What's the situation? I had to. I had a hope that he would miss there because the poise meter was running out. Your shift just started. How long is a full shift? Is it different on different days or is it always the same? I am taking off my headphones. Yesterday when I was practicing, I didn't have headphones on. I forgot that. Because my head is already starting to hurt. Really? My kitty cat is sleeping behind me. Rooting me on. 9 hours. That's a man right there. Working a job. Much respect, my friend. Stamina, please. Okay. He, of course, perfectly dodged me. Nothing I could do about that. He perfectly dodged, and so I couldn't get him in the thing to kill him. Of course, my friend. But again, I'm using a $2 PlayStation knockoff controller from China right now, folks. I was just using a $200 real official Xbox controller. That thing missing inputs left and right. My real official PlayStation 4 controller, as we all know, broke. And now this little Chinese $2 one is working better than both other did. But I mean, this will break down fast, no doubt. It just takes so long to realize the controller is broken because the whole time you think it's you. You think it's in your head. It's like, I'm just bad, you know? And I must have missed that input somehow myself. I must have pressed too lightly. Wasn't fast enough. I tried to switch weapons really fast. Oh, man. I must be getting close to the 100 followers on Kick, which allow me to finally apply for Stream Elements Pay, something that can replace my banned PayPal, which got banned because they said my country doesn't exist. It does, though. I assure you, chat, I am a real person who is alive on Earth. Oh, that's annoying. Tough. Oh, we're so destroyed, folks. I'm starting to feel like I'm never gonna get this, but there's no way. It's just I'm at the point where I fully understand everything. So I'm just not gonna get. Okay. Apparently I couldn't strafe that because I was too far away from him. I had to really be closer to him. I'm at the point where it's like, what improvements am I gonna make, really? Like, I understand everything. Like, no doubt I'm going to get better at this. That's just how it is to be human. But the question is, at this rate, like, is it going to take me months before I understand him, you know? I mean, I understand him is the thing. No shade to Dan Giesling. No shade. But, famously, it took him 3,000 attempts to beat Melania. Famously, okay? And you'd think, well, somebody who he did it for like 3 months. You'd think that, like, well, surely you're gonna learn, like surely. But then in my head, I'm like, what if I am Dan Giesling? What if I am all of a sudden so bad at these games? No offense to him, he's not so bad. It's just, you know, whatever. It's just, he also had no vigor, right? And so what if I am also, you know, in other words, like, I'm just set for what if the speedrun birthday marathon ends in just failure, where we basically are a week into it, I've been fired from my job and I'm stuck at this boss or something, and it's like, well, you know, like, I think if that happens, chat, I will quit streaming. I like, no joke, if that'd be such a shameful experience. You know, I was a professional Yu-Gi-Oh player, right? I used to travel to their big events all over when I was younger. I think this is right. And then this. Nope, I accidentally chained another attack. Got him. Woo! Anyway, but in Yu-Gi-Oh, even at the very highest levels of the game, I mean, when you're talking about playing with players who are constantly winning tournaments, you know, who are actually making really good money playing Yu-Gi-Oh, I mean, I don't know about real good, but like, they're making decent money playing Yu-Gi-Oh just from their prize support of constantly topping and winning, right? At that level of Yu-Gi-Oh play, you will see something happen, rarely, but it will happen, where it's basically, I'm playing my deck of cards, right? I'm playing, and I make a mistake. And I make a mistake that is embarrassing, like an embarrassingly bad mistake. And then I'll just pick up my cards and leave. It's called, in Yu-Gi-Oh, shame scooping. Scoop means surrender. So it's basically surrendering out of shame. It's other words, I make a mistake that is so stupid, I could still win, but just out of pure shame, I leave. Like, I am so embarrassed and shamed. And even the best players in the world will shame scoop. Everyone will do it because, you know, once in a while, your brain just has a brain fart and boom. And it's almost like you're required to do that sometimes. It's like a cultural thing almost, where because it's almost disrespectful to your opponent and to those watching that you just made such an embarrassing mistake, you know? And so that's why you surrender, because you just basically show disrespect, like, you know? And that's how I feel if I stream and I run into this type of issue on stream live, is I think I will have to shame scoop, shame surrender. My goal is to be a streamer. I'll be like, you know what? That's enough. Thank you everyone for, you know, being here for the experiment that was Doldrum Dan. I'm going to go get a job sweeping the streets, you know? That's how that's going to go, folks. Not that I don't already do, you know, have my job, but and no shade to, you know, street sweeper, but you get the point, you know? No, don't think like that. I need my stamina. I'm stuck against the wall. There's nothing I can do here. I can't fight him like this. Yeah, nothing you can do here. There's just no possible way for me to fight him like that. She says, don't think like that. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of a realistic type thing. Because, like, here's the thing, Shihu. If the marathon doesn't go well and it takes days, so I get fired from work, my life is over. You know what I mean? And so if I get fired from work, I'm not going to be out of the streaming by necessity, unfortunately. So I'm basically gambling everything on this birthday marathon. That's why it's very interesting and everyone should come watch it Saturday, February 21st, because see if a man loses his entire life live on stream, all hinging on being able to speedrun a video game. Those are stakes, folks. God help me, dude. She says, you don't have to succeed at anything first try in this life. Well, I don't know. I'm very critical of myself. If I'm going to be honest. Very critical of myself. I hold myself to a standard I wouldn't hold anyone else to. I thought that would miss me. So I have a problem where there's two different moves where he slams down, does a flip around and slams again. One of them, he always misses you, and that's very common. The other one is less common, and he never misses you. That's the one. Anyway, I just, I don't know, folks. If you couldn't win, just stop the stream, go to work, come again. I mean, you say that, and that's logical. But, like, my brain is bad. What I mean by that is, in my brain, if I commits to something, I have to do it. No matter what. At all costs. I almost had it there. Look, see? See? He got crit after I was dead already. Thank you so much for the follow, Amsha. Good name. Shihu, can you refresh my Kick page and do me a favor if you can, and tell me how many followers I have on Kick right now? Bro, how did that hit me? Missed. Yeah. By the way, for those who don't know, this is going to be a very long... 89? 11 away from being able to get paid, in theory, through donations. But where I can finally, like, I used to use Streamlabs for donations, but they use PayPal only, and PayPal banned me because they said my country doesn't exist. It makes me so angry because it, you know, whatever. Because, you know, they're like, oh, somebody from a poor country wouldn't own a computer. They could probably live in a cave, you know? I hate. Anyway, but, so once I reach 100 followers, I am eligible to apply for Stream Elements Pay, which works like PayPal. Issue is they're probably going to deny me and say, well, I mean, you don't exist. Your country isn't real. What are you talking about? They're probably going to say the exact same thing that PayPal said. I hope not, but like, we'll see. 1. Okay. Yep. 89, man. 11 away. 11 away. I'm close. I'm close. You know, I honestly think I shouldn't apply at 100 though. I think I should wait. I should be like 150, 200, because 100 is like I just barely, it's like I've just met the requirement. And they're going to look at that and maybe go, eh. That's my fear. Girl. Kitty cat. Hold on a second. Are you waking up? What's going on? She's upset because usually this is when I'm off stream, right? This is when I'm supposed to be in bed sleeping. And she relies on using me like a pillow. And so I feel bad because, you know, she doesn't have her pillow, essentially. I mean, this is going to get me hit for sure. Yeah, because I didn't back up. That was very... I was watching my stamina, not him, by the way. Sorry, I was watching my poise, not him. What you all can't see is I have a poise meter, and I didn't... Because I'm doing game capture, it's not showing you all that. I'd have to set that up through game capture, basically. And I don't really see a reason to. It's just more clutter on the screen for y'all. Okay. It's just like sometimes he does heat-seeking missile while I'm in my role, and it's just like, you know, it's like a frame trap almost. Almost. It's not. I can definitely dodge it, but it's just such a tight dodge. It's almost like a frame trap when he does that. Okay. Yeah. He didn't get... So that was the... I could have killed him there, but I had no room to run. I had to run around him. And as you can see, I got stuck in this little nook of the wall. He pressed up against me, and I couldn't get by him. That's why if you can beat him first try when he's in the middle of the large room, it's way better, and you would never have to deal with these problems. Might get hit. Tough. I need to just be a little faster with my dodge. I don't think I could have dodged, honestly. I think my recovery animation from the jump attack was just too long. I think my jump attack was just too late. Yeah, which caused my recovery to be too late, which caused him to have enough time. Basically, I couldn't dodge out of the way because my jump was not fast enough. I need to be way quicker on the trigger. One unsheath. One jump. I have to be so delicate with this thing. It feels like it's made out of the cheapest Chinese plastic you could imagine. Can I ask a question to the folks who play video games in the chat? Why did they make controllers out of the worst material ever that is for sure, that is guaranteed to make you sweat as much as possible, like as you grip on it? Why do they not make controllers out of, I don't know, I'm not saying leather, but fake leather, like the kinds of things that you don't sweat while gripping, you know? Like a baseball glove, for example, or like that kind of stuff. Why is the material the one material which will make you sweat the most? Why is there not like a padding on it? Like, I bet that exists. I'm sure somebody has invented that. I think I hit him there, but I'm not sure. I was trying there. I was slamming. I was, you know, you can hear I was just slamming that dodge button. I was just praying that I'd be able to dodge in time, but I just wasn't quick enough. I think the issue is if I jump, I need to be jumping from closer. If I'm jumping from too far away, then I'm in the air so long that he's finished his animation, is ready to do a counter. And then sometimes, if you're way too close, his foot kills you. Just jumping into his foot kills you. Because you jump the move, especially with the stairs, where the elevation, where his foot is high enough that it hits your chest, because you have iframes. Your body from the waist down is invisible when you jump. But if he hits you from above, it's a hit. Did I already hit him with one of these? I might have. See, that's the perfect counter. Whenever he does that, I don't know. I think he must have some AI that programs him to do that. Because look, he has 8 poise right now. If he wouldn't have dodged to my left there, if he would have stayed, if he would have attacked me from head on, but it's only if he does the step attack that I don't kill him there. And he does that a lot of the time, which tells me there must be some AI that like knows what I'm doing to dodge away, like knows to dodge out of an Ash of War. I mean, I guess that's what he's doing, right? He's using that move as his own dodge step. I wonder how the world record didn't have that as a problem. And then it's over. Because of this wall. See? I had to keep going. I had him. When you see him get into the critical position, it's over. I've killed him. But he so often, he traps you against the wall, and then like, I can't get him into position fast enough. And he kills me. He gets off a final attack. Being in a tight hallway, folks, that's what it is. And so learning to get even remotely consistent with him in the tight hallway is just like much harder than whatever in the world record where they did this, I think, this is it. Unless he steps away. That was it. Like, how did that not happen to the world record holders? Like, what are they doing that he doesn't... Like, it's just RNG if he does the step move. But why is he doing that so consistently when I finally got him? It's good that I'm consistently getting him there, though. Oh, so you're mad says, seems the chat is delayed. Still hasn't popped up on screen. I'll answer that. All of the websites currently work, except YouTube has one issue that we've noticed, which is YouTube is on a 19-second delay. So it's not that chat is delayed. It's that YouTube is just 19 seconds delayed. I don't know why that is. I genuinely don't know why that is. We can do a test real quick. Let's see. Let's do a little test. All right, my YouTube is live. Let's do a little test. I'll tell you how big the delay is exactly right now. The test is going to be, I'm going to turn my character, and then I'm going to start... I haven't done it yet. Not yet. I'll tell you when. I'm going to turn my character's face towards the camera, and I'm going to be looking at a timer. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I confused myself. I stopped counting early because I thought it turned around. It's still going. Yeah, it's about 22 seconds though. First messages didn't come out all, then the second was like 20 seconds. Yeah. If a message didn't come up, that's just YouTube being YouTube. But it should be it's 20 seconds. Everything is working. It's just YouTube has a 20-second delay. We're trying a new thing today with our multi-streaming, and it has worked extremely well, but it's just YouTube for some reason is 20 seconds delayed. It's funny because the same thing was the case. That hit him, but it didn't do poise damage, chat. And R1 is the same amount of damage. Wait. I just realized an R1 does the same amount of damage as that does. Poise-wise. 5 poise damage. Yeah, 20 seconds isn't that big of a deal, all things considered, you know? We can live with 20 seconds. It used to be way worse when I did used Streamlabs as my tool for multi-streaming. And then it was way better recently because I was just directly streaming to YouTube. But unfortunately, like, for what we're trying to set up with my computer, it just isn't possible to maintain. So this is what I think, you know, if the worst thing with this setup is that YouTube has a 20-second delay, I can live with that. It's unfortunate, but I can live with it. All right, he's in the corner, so you see, I tried running past him. That was death. I could have killed him right there, but he lodged himself in the corner. And so in order for me to kill him, I have to run to his right and get on his side. So if he lodges himself in the corner where you can't run around him, that's it. There's just nothing I could do. See, I wonder if I run left, that works, but I don't know. I don't think it would. But in the moment, it's so hard to make that decision. Like right now, I can't get to his side. Like, look, I'm just trying to get around him. That was it. I had him, but unfortunately he did that. He's doing that dodge every time. He's doing that dodge every time. I genuinely... I do know what's going on. In the world record attempts, I'll tell you exactly what's happening. In the world record attempts, now I'm remembering the exact move. They wait until, basically, when they're countering him, they're doing their strafe around him, and so he's in the middle of an animation when they start their attack. So he can't jump away because he's in the middle of an animation. That's the secret. And I'm doing my attack when he's finished an animation. That's why. I have to be quicker to put out my attack. I've just put it together. Hunter with the baboomer You're right. Something on my mind is I need emotes so bad, but I just haven't, like, it's easy to do, but I just don't have the time. Fun fact, I've made emotes before. For a streamer who wasn't me. A long time ago. Okay, I must have been out of stamina there. Long time ago. So I can make emotes. That's kind of a non-issue. I made one emote that became very famous on across Twitch, and I never got credit for it. They stole my emote that I made. And it was that moment I finally understood how artists feel when somebody steals their work. Like, yeah, who cares? It's just an emote. But it's like, I spent a full day making it, is the thing. And it's just like, and then immediately people took it, and like, it's like, okay, well, I know I should feel cool. It's like I made something cool, clearly. But like, I don't know. I always was a little salty about that. I think it's one more on sheet. I was out of stamina, I believe, watching the replay cam. Yeah, I was out of stamina about. I just can't believe we haven't had any problems today. At all. I'm almost glad I Am Nibs hasn't been in the stream, because he would be gloating, like, he's gonna gloat. He's gonna, like, be so obnoxious about this. Because he's been saying to do this since I started streaming. And so the fact he was right is gonna, like, he's never gonna let me live it down. The funny part is he's never been wrong, I think, ever. I don't think I've ever met someone more right. Now, don't tell him I said that, obviously. Because again, I don't need to hear that all the time. But it's wild. Like, every time he saved my butt and he's been right. So far, that is. It's working for now. Chat, we are like, what? 2 hours, 48 minutes in. The first, like, 20 minutes was set up. So let's say 2 hours and 30 minutes of this. And we've beaten him like 4 times. 3 of those times in the first 10 minutes. Okay. I knew it. I was like, he's up against the wall, so if I jump at him, he's going to kill me automatically with his foot. He can't do the full animation where he gets lower. And then what if I had hit him also? I can't circle around him. He's up against the wall. One. 2. Was I out of stamina? I don't know. I was spamming the button, though. Either out of stamina or just not fast enough. Yeah, out of stamina. It's like I hit the out of stamina the moment that I need it. Oh, man. It makes me almost want to put so much more into stamina, you know? But then I'd realize that a lot of it is just that I'm in recovery animations and it has nothing to do with stamina. Bow. 2 hand off. 1. Nope. Yeah, just kill me. Just kill me. I missed the unsheath. Hunter says all good here too. Love to hear that. I'm shocked. Genuinely. Maybe this has a better chance of working, actually, because I'm only using 1 instance of OBS now, instead of before, like, running 4. So my computer has way more GPU. Like, before, my computer, the CPU and GPU was under such a heavy load, because I was streaming 4 times over from the same computer. Now I'm only streaming once over to do this. I think. I generally don't understand it, to be honest. 1. 2. Death. I was out of stamina. I I was so excited. I got the jump attack in and I was like, yes, I got him. And then I was like, nope, out of stamina, can't move. He's gonna, and he just immediately follows up. I know this, I doubt this is the case, but it's almost like he knows when I'm out of stamina specifically because he has very specific instant kill moves he uses specifically when I've run out of stamina. But I feel like that's just coincidence. I feel like that's something that they wouldn't code because that just makes it unfair, I feel like. 2. Out of stamina. I need to back off. After if I do moves in quick succession, I need to realize I'm out of stamina and back off. I can't look at my stamina bar. It's impossible for me to fight him and look at my stamina bar. My vision is not that good. Like, we know my glasses were supposed to be updated 7 years ago. Like, I can barely see as it is. I'd fail a vision test for a driver's license, like, no joke. So I just have to focus my eyes on one point on the screen, and that's all I get. And now when he walks into this, it doesn't do any poise damage. I wonder if that will get him. Will he walk into it? Again. Come on. That did no poise damage when it hit him just now. You see, he walks into it, but it does no poise damage. I mean, you can't see that, obviously, because you don't see the poise meter. I do. But so you can see, look on the screen, you can see how much, he took almost half of his health and damage. He never lost 1 point of poise. It's actually interesting how that works. So in other words, he doesn't take a single tick of damage except for an initial one. If he gets hit by the fire coming out, that'll do poise. But if he walks into fire that's already out, it does no poise. I don't get why he works like that, to be honest. I guess to stop him from being abused and like... Okay, why didn't my attack go out there? Okay. Needed to dodge. I see an issue, I think, says Hunter. Now, if it's the issue I think you're gonna say it is, it's okay. Hunter, I don't want to directly say this on stream. If it's the issue I think it is, maybe Discord message it to me. Because there's one issue... Okay. For everyone listening, I'm going to say something. There is one thing about streaming like this, a certain problem. I think I'll be fine. I'm not going to be specific about what this problem is, but I think it's worth the price of risking. And I'm wondering, Hunter, if that's what you're talking about. Maybe message me on Discord about what it is. And it's probably what you're thinking, yeah. Until now, I haven't done that because I know about the rule. But I see plenty of people doing it. It seems, you know, I'm small enough where it should be fine. For now. And if I'm bigger, I could, you know, that means I'm making more money. I could get a multi-compute. I can, like, get a different setup. Basically, if I get a second PC, like a capture card, then I can do this. And so if I'm big enough where I'm gonna that's an actual threat to me, then at that point, well, I've already upgraded my setup because I'm making money, like good money. I appreciate you, Hunter, though. That's very astute. You're the first person who noticed that. I was wondering if anyone would and who it would be. Static says, what's happening, Dan? I thought you'd be out cold still. Oh, no, no, no. We've been streaming now for 3 hours, and we're going to be streaming for another 6, at least. Or 7 hours. And, yeah. Sadix, fantastic to see you, Sadix. We are streaming Twitch, YouTube, Kick, all through Rumble Studio right now. All 4. This is our official test to see if it all works out. And so far, not a single issue, it seems, other than YouTube is on a 19-second delay. Everything else, though, is instant. But YouTube, for some reason, is on a 19-second delay. That's not the end of the world, though. If that's the only problem, it's fine. Besides, that seems good so far. Great. Glad to hear that, Hunter. It's working, yeah. Very nice. But Hunter, because of how gray area, let's call what's going on, you're going to stop hearing me talk about certain things on stream. Just that relate to this. Because I don't want people to... You know, I don't... Anyway, that's enough of that. But Sadix, how are you doing today? You might have already answered this, but my brain is like mush. Sadix, how are you doing today? You doing well? Two. All right, we're definitely out of stamina. Come on. Stupid. I wanted him to use the stomp move, and then I got afraid of it. What is it? And that's my rounds. I went to every place. Dude, thank you. Thank you, Hunter. I am so appreciative. I am so appreciative to you. Really, I am. Because, like... I've been so paranoid. Because I don't understand something. Like, how is this working? Like, everything that we've experienced says that this shouldn't work. That this should be too much of a load. Yeah. One move. Doing good. Been fairly productive today. How about you? I'm doing horrible. I've been the opposite of productive. We're still fighting this boss after 3 hours. And the marathon stream is... I have... Let's see. How many streams are left before then? Is this we have one stream left, don't we? Hold on. It is Thursday morning here. So Thursday night we'll stream once into Friday morning. Friday night we'll stream into Saturday morning. And then this is so confusing for me because of the time zones. In America right now, what time it is? What time it is? What time is it? Hold on. What time is it in America? Somebody tell me what time it is on the east coast of America, please, because I'm like having a moment here. Pretty please. We are in serious danger here, folks. One. 4 p.m. Now, on the East Coast, you're saying it's 4 p.m. On the East Coast. Okay. If it's 4 p.m. on the East Coast right now... I'm going to see something. That means... Hold on. Let me think. I'm going to think right now, folks. Let me think for a moment. If I start stream at 3 p.m. Okay. If I start stream at 3 p.m. on the East Coast, it's Wednesday right now. So when I finish stream, it's going to be Wednesday night. Right? So then Thursday from 3 p.m. until night. Friday from 3 p.m. Okay, so I have 2 more streams. Thought that's what you asked. That is what I asked. No, you answered correctly, Hunter. You and Sadix both answered correctly. You were both right. No. If I said something which made it seem like I was saying you were wrong. No, you were right. So, okay. So basically, sorry, I was just thinking out loud for a lot of that. So maybe what I might have just muttered something to myself that made no sense. If so, forgive me, please. But the deal is... Okay, I have 2 more streams. I'm not done with Elden Ring. And I have 3 games to learn. And we have been practicing Elden Ring now for weeks. And I have to learn the other 3 games in 2 days. So I think I'm screwed. And I've committed to everything. And so a part of me is like, I think my life is ruined. I'm going to get fired because the stream will go forever. Will go at least 2 days. And so I'll get fired. And then I can't stream anymore. Missed. Okay. So literally, this challenge is no longer just about speedrunning. My whole life is on the line. 1, 2. That's the worst move he could have done. And now we're up against this stupid... And he put me right up against the corner. Like, what is the chances of that? But that happens every single time. And so I couldn't get past him and do the killing move. I have to see the other games. I haven't seen much gameplay. Well, enjoy it. I'll be crying the entire time, chat, as I realize my life is over. I'm going to be living on the street because of a... I don't know. I don't know what to do. I straight up don't know what to do. I do not know what to do. It's just because we had our unable to, because we were unable to stream for a whole week, all of our plans for preparation went out the window. If I was better, I would have taken the jump attack there. I could have killed him just there, but I didn't recognize his move quackada. That I keep misspeaking because my tongue is heavily inflated because I keep biting it accidentally. So now I'm misspeaking much more and more. I don't know. Who here in chat has seen someone have a mental breakdown live on stream? Anyone see that live? Well, listen, I suggest you come Saturday to the Speedrun Marathon birthday stream and watch a man possibly lose everything live on stream. I mean, that's pretty entertaining. You gotta give it, like, that's entertainment you can't, that's rare entertainment. You can't buy entertainment like that. At least not usually. Gamer Delta, hello, hello, hello. Good to see you. How are you today? Hunter says, don't ruin your life over this. I have no choice, Hunter. Because I'm a man of my word. And if I've committed to something, I can't go back. Even if it ruins my life. That's how I look at things. Static says, it sounds like you've played Dark Souls 3 as much as me, but it was a decade ago. So when you start that one, I'm sure it'll come back as you go. It always does for me. Yeah, but did you ever have like a 8-year gap? You know what I mean? You're doing good, Gamer Delta. Love to hear that. Love to hear that. Glad to have you here. Gamer Delta, today we're trying streaming to all 4 websites all at once through only Rumble Studio. And it's working flawlessly, man. Your ear infection is gone. Hell yeah, man. You were talking about last stream how you had that, but somehow it wasn't painful. That was a wild one. Okay. That's on me. I needed to dodge. Hunter says, then make it not too long. Make what not too long, Hunter? What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean like win fast? I agree. That's the goal. All right. That's the goal, Hunter. Win fast. I'm hoping. Hunter, by the way, on that prior topic, you'll notice you'll notice I made a change to the, that there's no icons showing anymore. That's why. That is why there's no more icons showing. W says Gamer Delta. Oh, how I wish I had some W's. One, two. Okay, that's it. Chat, that was it. I killed him there, but I used the wrong button. I literally, that was a guaranteed kill. I did that exactly right, but I used the wrong button, chat. That was just, I used the literal wrong button. That's all. I used the wrong button. I literally pressed the wrong button, chat. That's so funny. I hit R1 instead of my Ash of War. If needs be, I can offer advice on them as you go. Dark Souls 2 is the only one I can't give too great advice. I mean, I'd appreciate that, but I mean, if we're talking about advice on the speedrun, I don't know if that's gonna... I mean, maybe, I don't know. Have you speedrun them? Have you speedrun them, Statics? Actually, question? Ah. DS2 is the only one I can't give too great advice. Do you speedrun them ever, Static? Hunter says, I do see that hopefully it makes a difference. Hopefully. It should. Like, there are larger creators, a lot of creators in the realm of like 300 to like, I'd say 200 to 500 followers. There's a handful of creators that I follow, right, and I watch, who have between 200 to 500 live. Sorry, I've said that all wrong. There are a handful of streamers I watch that always have 200 to 500 viewers live every stream, and they do that, Hunter, but they've never had a problem. I think it's if you get bigger than that, it's more likely to cause issue. And so my thought is, and by then I'm making so much money from streaming that I will have fixed this beforehand. You know, that won't be a thing happening anymore. Because as with any problem, buying money is the solution, you know? And in this problem, if I just buy another computer to stream to Twitch with, solves the issue. I just straight up need a second computer. That is, I only speedrun DS3, so I basically only speedrun DS3 myself, so that's the only one we don't have to worry about too much. DS1 I played a lot, but never speedrun before. Oh, God help us. That's all I can say. We need a miracle, chat. We straight up need a miracle. And let me tell you something about Doldrum Dan. He ain't called Doldrum because he gets miracles all the time. Yeah, I knew it immediately. That was the wrong move. Oh, I almost had it. When I say something like that, chat, it means that I almost beat him. And I know it's so funny because it's like, well, you've only done so little health. But it's like, it's because I almost got him to the place. Hunter says, I warned a different creator, medium size, and he got a warning from them after my warning. For sure. I mean, a warning, though, is okay. If I got a warning out immediately, you know. Also, medium size is like enough where you're making so much money. Hunter says I'm in an ad. Who'd you do an ad for? They can't hear anything I'm saying. My joke was wasted. He countered perfectly. If Death's Poker built up poise damage the entire time, it would be the most broken weapon in the game, I guess. What is it? But yeah, I sent him out in Discord, and it was the same day. That was months ago. Are you still in the ad, Hunter, or can you hear me? I wish I could gift people subs, chat, but because of the country I'm in, I can't gift people subs. I can't buy anything on and basically any of the websites for the most part. Hunter, can you hear me, or are you in an ad? Just got out of the ad. Hunter, when you say medium size, what does that mean? Medium size could mean anything. Like, what is his normal concurrent viewership live? Nice. Because medium size creator is usually like 1,000, like 2,000, like 1,000 to 2,000 viewer, Andy, like 1,000 to 3,000 viewer. Big size is like 4,000 viewer and up. And like a small size creator, generally speaking, is like 200 to like 800, and then under 200 it's like you're not even really. I don't think I've asked this yet. In what order are we doing the games? I mean, it would be Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, then Elden Ring, right? Release order, basically. I assume. I mean, we can technically do them in any order. I'll have to check. The problem, this controller is better, but the problem is that quit outs are way harder. I'll have to check that it is here. What do you mean, Hunter? I mean, when you were watching them, like, how many viewers were they getting? That's my question, like, regularly, like, about that. Maybe you misunderstood. I wish I could have rescheduled, man, but I couldn't. I wish... Again, all of this stress comes from one thing, which is that one guy on YouTube who convinced me to do Dark Souls 2. And I agreed when I really should not have. I got hit because I was looking at the poise meter. See, how does that actually kill me? I hate it when you get hit by 1 pixel and it gives you full damage, you know? That always has, like, driven me, you know, because it's like, it's so not realistic, right? Obviously, you know, nothing is, but, like, it's just like, come on. Like, give me partial damage. Let's see if it kills him. He stood out of it. Oh, look, that almost killed him. So I messed that up ever so slightly is why that didn't kill him. It's because he did the dodge to the left. It's because he wasn't in the middle of a technique. In an action. But interestingly, I can kind of recover. That is very interesting. I've never tried what I just did, so that was good knowledge. I need to remember not to dodge that first swipe, man. He got in the corner, so that was it. He was set up for me to one-shot him, but he was in the corner, so I couldn't get behind him. 400 followers, not trying to show up to the streams. Small on this site, bigger on YouTube. Right, I mean anywhere. Like on YouTube, like Hunter, I'm asking when you watched them, how many viewers did they have live? That's all I'm asking, basically. Static says, I was about to say that was close. If he ever gets in that corner, the game is over. I mean, maybe if I was knowledgeable enough, I'll just reset at that point and just walk away. I'd be like, all right, well, I guess we're gonna have to do this again. I accidentally ran forward. Like, this happens. It happened against Radon as well. Sometimes my brain just doesn't start up and I forget what I'm supposed to be doing, and I just run forward. Like, I'm supposed to run back every time, but like once in a while, I'll just forget randomly. I'll forget what I'm supposed to be doing. See, right now he's right by the corner. Okay, well, if he didn't kill me there, I was about to run into the same thing because I would have had to circle around him and he would have backed into the corner. I don't know how he gets here so consistently. Oh, folks. I don't know. I shouldn't be such a Debbie Downer. It's like I see Yui on YouTube. I'm sorry, on YouTube. On Twitch, who's my goat. NIGHTREIGN goat. He's always down about stuff. He's always like, nothing's gonna work. He's always complaining. You know, that's how all streamers are, don't get me wrong. I missed. Yep. That's how all streamers are. They complain a lot. That's what it means to be a streamer. But so he started doing these things where he'll put in the title positive only. And he'll just sit there no matter what, he's positive, you know? And he'll just like, he'll like grin, he'll grit his teeth together and be like, no, this is all great, you know? Notice that normally I watch on YouTube, so I'm not sure about there, but maybe 15. But on YouTube, it's between 100 to 300. Okay, so that is, yeah, that is a lot more than we are. If we have 100 to 300 consistently on a website every day, then we've bought another computer by then. So that's good to know, though. That's good data. That is good data. I forgot what button Y was for a moment. I was just clicking in the controller over and over, and I was like, why is this not working? Not good. Not a good look. Yep. No stamina at all. Zero stamina there. I saw it. It's like right when I do the jump attack, since I can no buttons work anymore while I'm in the air, right? So I'm looking, that's when I have the time to look at the stamina meter. So in other words, when it's too late, I look and I know, and I'm like, oh, well, yep, I've just killed myself. Well, and then I die. I wish I could look at the stamina meter before that, but I can't because I'm too blind and I have to focus on his character model. In other words, I can't fully see what's happening. I basically have no peripheral vision. That's the best way to put it with these glasses. Okay, here we go. All his poise reset. And I'm out of I was out of stamina as well. Okay. Walk into that. How far can I get away where he's still a danger? You think Twitch reaching out to your viewers on other platforms? Yes, because they are keenly aware of your size. I mean, don't get me wrong. They don't care what size you are for that kind of thing, that kind of situation. That's like part of the rule. But in terms of like, because it's how noticeable you are, basically, you know? Because that only happened because somebody said something. That's why. Like, they're not all seeing. It's just that somebody said something. At a certain size, somebody is going to complain because, like, people are bad. Like, people like to annoy people, or people are like, you know, oh, this is ha ha ha, you know? So somebody watching is the reason that happened. I should not talk about this on stream. Tough. I just let him walk way too close. Okay, that worked out. Sort of. I mean, now he's right here, though. Yeah, like that was not... Again, my brain just took a second to process. Let's not talk about this anymore, Hunter, at all. Yeah, maybe I should delete the VOD, honestly. Oh, I mean, but the problem is, like, people are gonna notice because I've always said something about this before. So it's like, what am I supposed to do? Basically, whatever is what I say. Because, you know, as long as it's like, if I get a warning, I'll stop. I made a mistake. I'm I am getting distracted. And I am doing the wrong moves. No, I can't heal. He'll throw his axe at me. There we go. Copy that. Have you had tea today, Dan? I have tea the instant I wake up. If I am awake, it means I've had tea. That's 2 in a row. Yeah, literally, every morning I wake up and I'm not awake until I have my tea. I'm like a coffee drinker almost. I mean, I'm not like Hunter. Hunter, I was literally talking to my mom today about you. Because that when you said that you drink 60 ounces of coffee a day, like that was like so incredible to me. I was talking to my mom about this. Because we were talking about how, it just, I don't know, she said something about, because I had a dream. Okay, here's why. I had a dream that I smoked a cigarette. In reality, I quit smoking like 4 months ago. I haven't had a cigarette in 4 months, which is a big deal, right? And so I said, I don't know why, but it came up. I was like, oh, I had this dream. And then, GG, what do you mean GG? What do you say? Oh, I thought you meant GG because I won. I thought you meant GG because smoking in a dream counts as smoking. And so I've broken my... That's what I thought you meant. But anyway, so then I was speaking of addiction, it came up and I was like, I have somebody in my chat in the community who drinks 60 ounces of coffee a day. And my mom was like, wow, really? It was very interesting to her. That's just straight up on me. That is, the cigarette dream. I still have those sometimes. I think that's the first time I've ever had a dream where the whole dream consisted of me just smoking a cigarette. Very strange, man. Very strange. I do know I have an idea for a safer method to do this all, but I think it just is, it would mean I end up not doing enough damage. Out of stamina. Hunter says, now make me want to smoke again. No, don't do that. And GG from killing the boss twice, bro. I never will again, unfortunately. I'll never kill the boss again. Okay, I want to try something else. So, my fire attack I always open with does the same amount of poise damage as a R1 from my Uchi. So, why do you even start with the fire attack? Why not just only stick to the Uchi the whole time? The answer is because the Uchi doesn't do enough damage. I've missed every attack. There. I'm stuck against... I can't move. I'm literally just stuck against the wall. He squished me into the wall. I could not move. I couldn't... You saw I was trying to dodge. I was trying to move out of the way. Not... You ever get the cigar dream? That's a sweet one. That's a sad one to wake up. Oh, for sure. Dude, the last cigar I had gave me COVID. I did the wrong attack. Like literally, like the last cigar I had, I had like sudden damage in my throat. It like, and I smoked the cigar and it caused my throat to have more damage. And basically, long story short, it makes it easier to absorb, you know, virus. The lining got messed up. Never had, says Hunter. Either you've never been outside. Okay. Either you don't go outside, Hunter, and that's why, 1, or 2, you've just had it and not known that. Because the reality is, You know, most people who get it are asymptomatic, as in they don't have symptoms. That's the majority of people. So there's a lot of people who think, oh, I've never had it. And it's like, well, you did have it, but you just didn't realize. Oh man, that didn't leave a good taste then. The last cigar I had was the one I was working at wedding. Give me one. Oh, I smoke cigars, Sadix. I smoke a cigar like once every 6 months. I'll have like a nice Cuban cigar. Yeah, I love cigars. But my last cigar just happened to damage my throat a little bit in the worst, and then it made it so I got COVID. I've had it and not known it because no, or like cold sums. Yeah, I mean, you can have it and it's like nothing, or you can have it and it's like death. I mean, it's like anything, right? It's like you can have the flu. I'm going to stop doing what I was doing, by the way. This was a dumb idea. You can have the flu and not realize you have it. You're just asymptomatic. Like, that's why it's easy to give somebody the flu, right? Because a lot of times you have the flu, you give somebody the flu, and then that person who has the flu, they're like, well, where did I get it from? I don't know anyone who has the flu, except it was you the whole time, right? That's how a lot of that stuff works. I am dying here. Hold on a second, chat. I have something in my eye, and it's just driving me insane. Oh God. There we go. Whew. Let me turn off the heater. I'm dying. Oh. Sadix, when you said nice, I don't know what that was in reference to. Because I haven't won in a hot minute, so it wasn't my gameplay, I think. Okay. That is rare. I didn't expect that. That is rare that he changed that fourth attack in. Very rare. That was it. I was like, when I said okay, that was because now he was fully set up for me to kill him. And then he chained that for it. So when I said okay, I looked over to my stamina bar because now I needed to wait for that to recoup, and I was good. I did not think about him doing it like that. The worst I've had in a long time is just a cold or like cold-like symptoms. Well, all I can say is genuinely lucky you. You know how I was, folks who were watching my stream. In winter, I was like sick for 4 months, and I genuinely was like, felt like I was dying for 4 months. I couldn't do anything. It caused so many problems in my life because I was sick so long. Okay, I got the hit off. Okay, jump attack time. Got it. Ah. That is the heater. What's the temp over there? The temperature where I live is identical to like Chicago or New York City seasons and climate. So you live in like desert land, right? You said Arizona. So like, of course, like, you know, where you live, but where you live is different than like, you know, most of America. So like, you know, my temperature is like most of America's temperature. All right. You're the one who's foreign to me in that respect, right? Like my temperature here and my seasons where I live now by coincidence are identical to the ones I grew up with in America in all of the places I live. I don't know if my hit went off. It didn't. I must have missed an unsheath. But yeah, it's freezing outside. Now my reservation is Arizona. I'm in Florida. I see. Right. But it's funny because Arizona, Florida, same thing when it comes to like being way too hot, you know, and not having normal seasons like most of America. Like Arizona and Florida are very samey. The difference is Arizona's better, right? Because Florida is muggy and humid. Oh, it's awful. I think people who live in Florida are out of their mind. I'm gonna be straight up honest. I think Florida is, and I mean this genuinely. I'm not exaggerating. I think Florida is the worst place on planet Earth to live. I think it is the worst place. I hate living there. I have spent maybe a year and a half of my life in Florida just by split up because I have so much family in Florida. And it is the most disgusting state. It is the most disgusting place. I have lived in 20 states, 20 countries, and no place have I felt worse than being in the heat in Florida, where it is so humid that it's, yeah, humidity is the problem. If it wasn't humid, I lived in Las Vegas, right? I've lived in the desert many times and been fine. I've been in 110-degree weather and I'm like, whatever, you know, but the humidity, bro, that's the problem. I can't stand it. I cannot stand humidity. It drives me insane. I mean, if you had Florida but there was no humidity, I would be like, that's a great place, you know? And it sucks because Florida is so beautiful, right? Like the Everglades and all that, like Florida in the coastlines. Florida's so beautiful, but it's just the humidity makes it a place that I can't. I get off the plane in Florida and I just want to die, bro. Whereas Arizona, you don't have that problem. Arizona's great. You know, Arizona heat is, as they say, a dry heat, which makes all the difference. I need to get him away from this wall. Ah, bad. Oh man, this is a nightmare. I'm living a nightmare right now, folks. I am straight up living a nightmare. The fact that we still don't have a handle on this, like, there is no good ending here. My life is over, chat. All because of video games. Who saw that coming? I made a mistake. Yeah, I made a mistake there. I did an extra unsheath, and so he should be dead by now, but instead I did an extra unsheath, so I didn't do enough damage. Honestly, I'd rather be in Florida for winter. Sort of. Like, I maybe. Even then. I can't stand Florida, no matter what time of year it is. Maine for summer? I mean, for sure. Like, the method is have two homes, right? Agree the dry heat is much more tolerable. Like, my dream would be to have a house somewhere where it's cold in the summer and live there in the summer, and then in the winter be somewhere where it's also cold, but not like too much. You know what I mean? I like snow. I don't want, like, you know, sub-zero. Sub-zero, it's too much. I like a winter that's like a little... What? It just didn't do the move. Maine winter sucks? I don't know. There's no winter in Florida on a fall, yeah. How bad is it? It can't be any worse than like winter in Canada. And I kind of loved winter in Canada. I'm not going to lie to you. Winter in Toronto was my jam. Because it was just like winter in Chicago. And pretty much identical to winter in New York City. And I loved winter in all of those places. I don't know. I mean, when you say winter sucks in Maine, like, how bad does it get? In what way does it suck? That's the best way to ask. Maine is one of those states I've never lived in. You know, I've been in 20 states. Maine isn't one of them. I missed, by the way. I'm dead, by the way. I was out of stamina. That's how I knew I was dead. All right. He got stuck on a wall, so he didn't move. I don't know if you saw what just happened there, but he got stuck on the wall, so his move got all messed up, and it's like his axe got stuck in the wall. And so that was just like a very, I think that's the only time I've ever seen that happen. It's like his axe got stuck in the wall as he was dragging it, and so then it just, when he got it out of the wall, it just heat-seeking slammed on top of me. That was a cool way to die. Like, see, I don't mind deaths like that, where it's something super unique, where it's like, well, what just happened, you know? Like, that's cool. I couldn't imagine Canada's winters being any better. Well, what is bad about the main winter, in your opinion? Explain that to me, Hunter. Like, what is... You say it sucks. Why? Do, like, I don't know. Do polar bears rain out of the sky? Is it too hot in winter in Maine? Is there too much hail? Do stores go out of business too often in Maine? Like, what is making Maine bad for you? The cold and the snow. Okay. How cold are we talking? Like, what kind of weather are we talking here? And how much snow are we talking? Yeah, I knew I was going to get hit because I accidentally walked forward. I should really not have problems there when I get hit, because I should have more than enough time to recover. And I should be doing this hitless anyway. I think it's time for this. That was so close. I was just a hair late. Like, does it get below 0, Hunter? Where I grew up in America, it never got below 0. Like, where I spent the first years of my life as a child, never got below 0. It would get, like, right down there. Like, it would get down to, like, 5 degrees. Of course, now, everything's different, right? The weather is not the same as when I was growing up anywhere, right? But still. Oh, it does get below 0? Like, how much below 0? And has it your whole life always gotten below 0, or is that more of a new thing? Why am I just staying in that stance for so long? Sometimes. I don't know. To be fair, I love the cold. The winter lasts months. See, I love that. That's good. I love the cold though. Like, I prefer cold. Heat for me is always much worse than cold. Always. I'll always take cold over heat. You know? I can't sleep unless I have an air conditioner on maximum on. But I live with other people, so they have to you know, I can't always do that. Like right now, they have heaters on downstairs, and what am I supposed to tell them, not to run them? No. I get hit whenever I'm not fast enough. Yeah. It ate one of my button inputs because it staggered me as I did the button input. And so when he staggers you and you do an input at the same time, it just eats your input. So like, I was trying to do an unsheathed, but it staggered like the part where I hit the L2 button, basically. See, I need to be as quick as possible to press the button. That's how I guarantee I don't get hit. It's honestly exactly like the Radon fight. Exactly. Against the wall. Oh. Yep. Now his poise is back up. I'm much rather in the middle, like 65, not cold, not hot. I love 65. That's good. I do enjoy I don't know. My favorite is like 50 degrees is, I love to go outside in 50 degrees. I like weather where I can wear a nice coat. You know what I mean? My favorite is wearing a nice coat. I love wearing a nice coat. So that's the weather I want, where I can wear a nice coat, but I don't need like a puffer coat to be alive. That's the dream, right? I didn't do an instant pain. Yeah, I have to be, I'm realizing just how tight that timing is actually, where I have to be instantaneous with my button press when I enter the fog wall. Because if I accidentally step once forward, I've now lost all my time because I'm not instantaneous at that point. So I run in, I target, and immediately I'm pressing the Ash of War button as I'm holding the backwards key. Yeah, I know I said that, but it's not a key. You know what I mean, chat. Okay, I think I got it off. Okay, he's ready. He's primed for being killed, and he kills me. You can see because he, right now he has 11 poise. So, my job is I have to get him down to 11 poise, and then I can kill him. I'm fine with 50. It's the below 30 for months. It's bothering my fingers. Don't like freezing. Yeah, I mean, I'm just, I don't know. I love getting dressed, and like, I'll put on layers, bro. I'll put on like multiple layers of sweatpants, you know, multiple socks. I just keep my hands in my pockets and I'm fine. I don't know. But I know that's not normal though. I know that's not the norm. Especially for smaller people. Like, I'm built like a linebacker, right? I'm just very large, right? You know, I'm a little tall, but I'm very wide, and you know, I'm a thick boy, right? And as a result of that, my heat regulation, I'm basically like a space heater, you know. Static says for me, it's not even a coat I want. Being able to wear sleeves without having to peel them off would be nice. Having to roll your sleeves. Yeah, I agree with that. Wait, do you not like heat, Sadix? Wait, hold on. Sadix, let me ask you this question. And this could be very personal, so don't feel a need to answer it. You just say it's personal. But what brought you to Florida? I was just stupid there. I should dodge. How am I supposed to type to you with my hands in my pockets? My hands aren't my only issue. The rest When you know what you need? Oh my gosh. My aunt bought me these when I was younger. My aunt bought me thick gloves for the winter that had pads on the tips so you can use a smartphone. Dumb, but they did work great. You know. Me and Dan have natural insulation. Exactly, Sadix. You get it. But Sadix, let me ask you this question. So what brought you to Florida? I don't know if you heard that. I think I already asked that a second ago. My brain just reset. I'm sorry. You see, I'm not going to get hit there because I was instantaneous. Boom. Jump attack. Bing. Bang. I need to not waste stamina. So stuff that I don't have to dodge, I need to not dodge. Here we go. His poise is resetting. I need to get him down to 11 poise. So this is something, he's at 12, that's enough. Yeah. My parents, my dad was in the military, and when he retired, he moved to where my mother's family lives, Florida. Been there ever since. I mean, I feel that. I have so much I mean, that's why I lived in Florida for like a year and a half of my life, because I had so much family in Florida, because old people love Florida so much. You know what I mean? And so I ended up, like, I could have, there was a world where I'm living in Florida still. Like, straight up. There was a world because of my family, but then, you know, I went my family here. And honestly, thank God. That's all I'm saying, but I feel you, Sadix. All right, man, what are we gonna do here? He's dead. We got some gloves that I used that may work. Ooh. But they're working gloves, like leather thick, not the best in the winter. They're better than nothing. Wait, are you in? Oh, okay, that was about to be a stupid question. I was about to ask if you were inside a house right now. By the way, Croco Coca, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Also, I'm gonna say this out loud, okay, friends? I'm gonna say this out loud. I don't think that's the case, but I'm just gonna say this. If you think that creating a, if anyone was to make, let's say, you know, I need 100 followers somewhere, and so you being like, well, I love Dan, you make 10 fake accounts and follow me 10 times. I just want to tell you that is not a helpful thing for me. Because usually that'll get found out and I'll get blamed about that. I'm just saying out there, if anyone is doing that, I don't think that's happening at all, but I'm just saying. This is just a message not directed at anyone in specific, okay? I have no reason to think this. I know that I have people who are really kind to me and were like, oh, well, Dan just needs to get 100 to get Stream Elements pay. And so I'm just saying, you know, disclaimer, I mean, it doesn't hurt, but it doesn't help either doing that. You know what I mean? So like, if you want to do it, I guess go ahead, but it's not going to help me. But you know, I appreciate you. Hunter says, I'm in a house now, but wasn't earlier when I mentioned it. Oh, I see. Interesting. Out and about. It wasn't me. I wouldn't. You weren't who I was suggesting. It's actually, that was directed at somebody else. Nobody try and assume who that was directed at. Anyway. Not that I'm saying the person who just followed is like not a real account. I'm sure they are. And I appreciate you for the follow. And I hope you come on Saturday, please, to watch the Speedrun Birthday Marathon where we speedrun Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and Elden Ring back to back to back, all in one stream. Or die trying. Genuinely. Ah. Chat, this is not gonna, this is bad. This is so bad. Chat, this is gonna be a nightmare. I'm living a nightmare right now. Why do I have to be so agreeable? I keep, it's like I'm in a thought loop, and I keep thinking about that person in the YouTube chat who complained and complained and convinced me. It was like, you have to run Dark Souls 2, bro. You have to. And I was like, all right, I'll add it to the games. And I knew I didn't have Dark Souls 2 originally on the list because I knew there was a chance that would be... Oh, he's pinned me. That was tough. Yeah, he pinned me against in the corner there, and I just knew. I was like, oh, this is gonna mess everything up. I did get to 11. I got it at the end. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. It's good I did all this, though, because I really didn't know that I had this much of a problem with Elden Ring. I figured after getting in Elden Ring NIGHTREIGN, I figured after getting ranked 9999 and being as good as I am in that game, I figured there was no way that something like this would happen. That I would be... experiencing this. There was just no world where I saw that. Yeah. And so it's good I tested. It's good I was like, well, let me try first. Because I never would have thought that I would have been this bad at this boss. I mean, this boss isn't in NIGHTREIGN, so that's the answer why. If nightmares are like playing a video game, that's not so bad. That's why I think I very rarely would have nightmares. Listen, the nightmare isn't the playing the video game. The nightmare is what happens as a result of me committing to play the video games. That is DS2. Wonder who that guy was and why you wanted it so bad. Because DS2 is that guy. That guy, Dark Souls 2 is his favorite game of all time, is the answer why. That was a guy who actually doesn't like Dark Souls 1 or 3 at all. Very unique type of guy. only likes Dark Souls 2. Doesn't even like Elden Ring. I think I got him. Ah, I knew he was stuck against the wall. I was like, but then I didn't consider that he could do that. Nib says, I wouldn't know what 3 is goated. There he is. There's the guy. Nibs, I've referenced you like 80 times today. I don't remember what the context was. Nibs, I did it. Nibs, I don't even know. I sometimes Nibs will come and say a comment and immediately leave, so I don't know if he's hearing me right now. But Nibs, right now I'm streaming to Kick, YouTube, and Twitch all through Rumble Studio, everything, and it definitely has one problem, which is not a real problem, which is YouTube is 19 seconds delayed. I don't care about that. Everything else is perfect. And then it has one actual problem, but I'm not going to say what that problem is, and we're not going to talk about it, but it's an actually serious problem. But it's one that, if I pretend doesn't exist, hopefully won't affect me. That's basically how that's the best way to explain that. I don't even know what happened there. But anyway, how are you doing today, bro? But you want to know what's incredible, Nibs? We haven't had any issues. The bitrate has stayed consistent enough. Everyone on all of the other websites says that it's HD. The audio is fine. No problems at all. It's very impressive that Kick is doing it like this. Because right now, I can tell you, Rumble, not Kick, Rumble. I can tell you, Rumble's tech here is better than Stream Elements tech and Streamlabs tech for multi-streaming. Because I've used them all. And so their tech is the best in the game. Which is like, why are they not monetizing this? It's kind of crazy. It's really quality. Yeah, I knew that'd be no issue. My worry is other things. There's a genuine problem with doing it, though. Like an actual problem. Like not a suspected problem, an actual problem. But again, that's we pretend it doesn't exist, and it won't. I need to do a jump attack. Ah. Yeah, I knew that would be I remember one of the things said about Nibs. Oh, was it the thing that I said Nibs would never... Yeah, I'll just tell you what I said about Nibs earlier. Is I said that he's never going to let me live it down. How everything he's ever told me is always right. He's never wrong. Somehow. So, you know, you were correct here. It's working. To be fair, though, the reason I didn't do it was extremely valid, but at this point, we've stopped caring, and so you know what? We're just doing it. But you were right, Nibs. So, I gotta give you your flowers. You were right, bro. Absolutely. And if this continues to work, this is a game changer. Dead. I was out of stamina. There's nothing I can do there. This is an absolute game changer for me. You're a part of the program. If it's an issue in your face type deal, send it in. They do listen. Oh, it's something much worse than that. It's something that Rumble actually could do something to fix it, but it would be very weird of them to fix it. Static says, well, that is a point worth bragging. Nah, man, I was just eager to test it on you. There you go. He just uses me as a guinea pig. He never knows it'll work. He's just, he's just getting lucky each time. I'd believe that. But yeah, bro, right now, get this. I'm only running 1 copy of OBS. I'm not running 4. And so imagine how much easier that load is on my computer and my GPU and CPU. I need a jump attack. What? Stamina's rebuilding. Dead. Sorry, not stamina. I missed him. His poise is now back at 1 full. It's as if we had never had attacked him. All right, well, GG's. If he jump, I need my health here. If he decides to do a move, okay. We have to completely reset, basically. That's cool, man. All right, reset, as if the game just started. Really? Okay. Your game quality is no scene blurriness either. Still running on low settings. Yeah, I'm on the lowest settings. Absolutely. There's no way that there's no possible way it could have reset itself, but I'll go look real quick. Quality settings are on, see? All are low or off. Everything. Oh, by the way, Nibs, this is game capture. This is what, because it's one instance of OBS only, I'm able to run game capture. And so now, if, you know, Windows 11 decides to pop up my social security number, no one will see it. That's the main reason it's worth me taking the risk that I'm taking by doing this, which there is a big risk. That is a genuine one that could cause me a serious problem, which again, I'm not going to say what that is exactly, but it's worth it because I'd rather take that risk, which eventually will blow up in my face, but I should be able to handle it, versus the risk that, which is a much more possible risk, which is if it blows up in my face, I can't handle it, which is that Windows decides to dox me by popping up my credit card number on stream. Everything besides grass. Well, grass, you can't make it any lower than that. Isn't that weird? Why is grass? Look at this. Grass, look at this. The lowest setting is medium. It's medium or high, maximum. So why is it medium? Why? It should be low, medium, and high. Why is it medium as the lowest option? I don't get it. It makes no sense. Does anyone understand that? Anyone in the chat understand why that is? Why would medium be the lowest option in a sea of 3 options? Low may stutter? What do you mean? Settings freaking 11. Uno, dos. Okay. Stamina rebuild. That's poker time. I need to get a jump attack in. I'm gonna run out of time. I think I ran out. Yeah. And then he does this, and then he's up against the wall. There's just no way. Yeah, see? He ran up against the wall there. That was it. If he didn't run, like every time I get my chance, he decides I'm going to run up against the wall. It's almost like his AI knows the wall is a safe place if my poise is low. There's no way they would design anything like that, but that's what it's like. And this is odd. Grass Dev just wanted to stand out. I guess so. Nib says work today though. I'm going to work. So in other words, you'll notice something, chat, which is that I've been streaming for now 4 hours. So I'm basically, I flipped my schedule because I want to be, I've done this on purpose. Because if I didn't go to work today, I would get fired. And then I wouldn't be streaming my marathon stream because I'd be living on the streets very fast. But basically, I had to flip my schedule because Saturday is the marathon birthday stream. And so for that, I need to be streaming from morning in America until night in America. And so I had to flip my schedule. So in other words, right now I'm streaming, and then when I finish streaming, I'm going into work afterwards. And then I'll go to sleep right after work. Usually this would be bad because that would mean that I'm sleeping during the daytime here in my country, and I wouldn't be able to get anything done I need to get done. But that doesn't matter for a few days. I can do that for a few days, and I can do my work, and it'll all work out. Oh, God almighty. So actually not sleeping last night was beneficial to me, even though that wasn't my plan or reasoning. That was more of a state of panic. Got him with the unsheath there. We traded. Oh, that attack I never... Because... So here's my issue. If you're wondering why I struggle as much as I do with this boss, just in terms of fighting, his color is why. So he's this yellow, right? And my eyesight is very bad. And my glasses are 7 years out of date. I am many times a higher glasses prescription now. But I'm too poor to buy new glasses, right? And so his color makes him very hard for me to see. And so it's very hard for me to follow his moves. Preparation survival mode, I gotcha, says Sadix. Yeah, so like this boss in particular is giving me so many issues for so many different reasons. Really? I wasn't fast enough? He has so many very rare Chan attacks, which he can sometimes do. He is pretty yellow and glowing, probably doesn't help. But when I'm like right up against him, you see how bright he is in yellow. Too poor for now. Enter. Yeah, I gotta for now. Right. I gotta say for now, because that's one of the first things I'll do when I make a little money, and I'm no longer like only making enough to barely survive, not even. The first thing I'm spending money on is glasses, chat, so I can finally see again. That'll be very weird. For sure. Going from blind to able to see is like going to be a very strange thing. Okay. I was out of stamina. So I can finally see again is sort of a wild statement. Yeah, I mean, it's what an awful world to live in where sight is paywalled, you know? Like, does that seem right? Should sight be paywalled? Why don't we take it another step? If people who are blind can only see with enough money, why don't we remove people's eyes at birth and only allow them to have them back on a rental basis, huh? If they pay. You know, I hate it. It is so morally reprehensible that, like, also he's gonna hit me because I accidentally ran forward for a second. Yep. Like, am I saying down with all eye doctors? No, I'm not saying that. But it's just, you know, like, I think as a reality, I dislike it. And I think that's fair. It says, oh, 1000 said should be. I think it's fair, you know? Like, are we truly free? You know, in that sense. Like, do we truly, are we truly free as a human being if you have to basically rent your eyes? Which is me, because every time my eyesight gets worse, which it always will, every, you know, couple of years, and I need new glasses, I have to buy new ones. It's basically like, it's like a subscription. Every couple of years, I have to pay a subscription fee to have eyes. It's like, that's not fair. I mean, it is how it is, of course, you know, so be it. That's life. Life, nobody said life was fair, but still, you know, it's not cool. And all you sight havers who don't need glasses in the chat, you know, I hate people who take things for granted, all right? That's all I'm saying. Boring says cool. Well, look who it is. Look what the cat dragged in. If it isn't boring fella in the chat. What you doing, bro? How's your day been, boring? Any news? Any changes? I'm happy to see you. I am quite happy to see you, in fact. It's a big day, boring. And I'm very happy to see you. Because I'm having a tough time, boring. So I'm happy to see you. Reminds me of that musical, Sysatics. Hold on one second, chat. Did I unsheath already? I'm gonna assume I did. You're kidding me. I was here on and off, but didn't type anything. No news, sadly. Alright, alright. Hopefully, I'm sure your situation's gonna get resolved real fast. Reminds me of that musical, Repo Man. That's not a musical, that's a movie. Why'd you call that a musical? I mean, I've never seen Repo Man, but I know it's a famous movie. But the plot is people who fall behind on their payments for their organs, they get them repossessed. I've never seen that. I probably will one day. You know what movie I confused that with in my head? There's a Jason Statham movie where his like heart is like a machine. I don't know what I'm saying even. Boring. My whole life is about to fall apart. Boring. Because of this video game. And I'm not exaggerating. Like literally, my actual life is about to fall apart because of this video game. Can you believe that, boring? Like, I'm not joking. I'm being genuine. Because I have the speedrun marathon on Saturday, and I'm not going to be able to succeed. Come on. When I said come on, that was come on, let me dodge out of here after I do that attack. Hunter says, I mean, I guess I'd have a hard time making my own glasses. So paying for some that are made doesn't seem too unrealistic, for sure. But I'm sure it probably wouldn't cost the same here, so I can see where you're coming from. Well, first off, glasses where you are just as expensive. The glasses out there will cost $1,000 for my prescription in America, just like they do out here, basically. But Hunter, I was actually suggesting something beyond that. I was more suggesting maybe something like, and I know this is going to sound crazy to people, like a government paying for that. I'm just saying, like, what are taxes going towards? Like, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, the government paying for, you know, things that are like the most common disability in the world, which is lack of sight. You know, you think that the government would supply you with glasses. It wouldn't have to be a, you know, a corporatized industry, which is extremely greedy, is famous for scamming people who can't see by selling them upgrades on glasses that do not do anything, and is just like a predatory industry for something that is just like affects a huge portion of humanity. You know what I mean? Like, I think that maybe, you know, because that's all. Anyway, Static says, I know there's another movie called Reaper Man. This ain't that one. I don't know what the other one that is people to reference, but I'm talking about a musical? Really? That's fascinating. I don't know musicals. That's interesting. Boring says, why? Something wrong with your move to the capital? I mean, basically, Nib says, I just fight a homeless man to grab the glass bottle he's holding to build my glasses. I've did this every 4 years. You see, Nibs has the correct system. Hunter says, I wouldn't mind the government paying for some stuff instead of me. Don't get me wrong. It's just like, you know, I mean, I'm about to say the most basic stuff ever, but like, why am I, you know, why would taxes go to like horrific nightmares versus just like, just do one good thing, please. But anyway, bro, what am I supposed to say to this person? Drop to follow. I'm streaming right now too, by the way. Like, all right, well, that's cool. It's always cool to meet other streamers. But what am I supposed to say? Like, my brain is melting here, folks. Boring says, damn, Nibs, you're the one that stole my glass bottle? That says, I luckily have never needed glasses. My eyesight has always been good. That's always, you know, blessed. Nib says, that saying that is self-promoting and shitty as hell. What? No, I would never say that. It's kind of like using somebody, going into their chat and being like, I'm just here in order, like, for myself. I have no, like, I'm not here for any entertainment value. I don't like you. I just want to get something out of you. Which is fair. Like, that's fine. That's reasonable. I don't mind. But boring, so let me explain. I'll re-explain the problem to the chat. Is that because I lost a week of streaming due to the server issues, I couldn't stream, whatever. I'm now unprepared to accomplish everything for the marathon on Saturday. But I've committed to not ending stream until I've beaten Dark Souls 1, 2, 3 and Elden Ring. That means because I'm so unprepared, it's going to take me way longer to do that. Long enough, days go on, and I will be fired from work, and then I won't have enough money to do anything. I'm going to be on the streets. And Hunter says, say thanks for dropping a follow, Croca, and I hope that goes well for you. Wait, what? Hunter, what are you saying? Static says, I would say thanks for the follow, but the self-run is kind of weeks. Okay, can I clarify something to everyone in the chat? Okay? To everyone watching right now, let me clarify something. And Hunter, I think you're responding to them genuinely. You know that Coca person is there's a 99.99% chance they're not a real human being, right? Like, maybe they're a real streamer who's paid for bots, but when you see that, you ask, what are you supposed to say to them? Thanks for following, and I hope that goes well for you. The thing is, it's a bot 99.99% of the time. Now, 0.01% of the time it actually isn't, and it's just somebody who, like, maybe is a kid and they don't understand, and that's fine. But 99.99%, when you have somebody come in and say, hey, I just followed you, I'm streaming too, by the way, it is a streamer who paid for bots. And the problem is, those are the worst bots ever, because the bots are like, oh, this is the guy who bought us, so it's like an easy way to get banned, because it's like, okay, it's very obvious you bought bots. Good bots wouldn't do that, but a lot of the cheaper bots, if you're like you want to buy follower bots, that's what they'll do. They'll go around to people's chats, and it'll just be like an AI chat bot that goes in and goes, hey, I followed you, please follow me back. Nip says, you say, I bet your grandma is proud of how you cast your shadow. What? Huh? What does that mean? Anyway, boring. I don't know. Weeks? Wait. So I don't know. Boring. Did you hear what I said anyway about what the problem is? I don't know if I'm a little out of it. Did I explain what the problem is? The problem is that I keep my word, and I will not end the stream early. I won't. If I get fired, so be it. And because I get fired, loans are called in. And because loans are called in, I'm kicked out of my house and not allowed to move in that other house. I don't care. I mean, I care, obviously, but I'll do it. Because when I commit to something, that's just what I'm going to do. And, so yeah. No. Boring. Not I might take too long. I will. I have been fighting this boss now for about 11 and a half hours. No, 12 and a half, I think. I was fighting. I stayed up all night last night, and I am still having this problem. If it takes me this long on my stream, and here's the issue, I haven't even started practicing the other games, and I have 2 streams left. So there's just, I don't see any logical way I could possibly get this all done in time, folks. So as a result, I'm basically in this situation where I'm like, yeah, my life is over. Now, of course, I'm being dramatic, because the truth is my life isn't over. I just won't be able to stream ever again. Until a far future time, maybe. And at which point, just finish 1 or 2 of the games, but that would be breaking my word. And so that's the funny part, because originally it was only, I wasn't, the longest of the games, the one that's a problem, originally I wasn't supposed to do. Okay, that was just like a weird moment. Originally I wasn't supposed to do it, but I committed to it like an idiot because I got begged by someone to do it, and then that person never came back. And so I agreed to somebody who, I basically got tricked into doing it, and now I can't go back on my word. I keep repeating this problem and complaining about it because I'm hoping somebody is going to bail me out. I'm waiting for somebody in chat to go, Dan, here's what you do. That's what I'm waiting for. That's why I keep repeating this, everyone. Is because I'm waiting for somebody to go, Dan, here's my idea. Like, I'm waiting for ideas, folks. It says exactly you got tricked. Yeah, but that's, unfortunately no reason to go back on your word. It was a real deal, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I'm not the type who loopholes my way out of things. Chat, I am barely focusing on the fight at this point. I've just realized I'm not even focusing on it anymore. I've been just like focusing on the conversation with chat this whole time. So I'm not even like learning. Nah, hey chat, I'm not wrong, right? It wasn't a real deal. No, listen. You're not going to convince me otherwise. Because the guy was somebody in my stream for like, he was in the community for like 2 months. And he was obsessed with Dark Souls 2. And so he loved, favorite game of all time. And he was very genuine. Like, we had some good talks. And then he just never came back afterwards is the thing. Dan, here's my idea. Just finish one game. The next week you do the same thing until you finish the other one. Okay, that's not a marathon though. So every week you have every week. Okay, here we go. Here's Boring's idea. Every week I'll have a 5-minute long marathon. Once a week, a little 5-minute marathon. Not a bailout, never happened formally. It was very formal. I promise you, if you were there, you would be like, okay, yeah, it was as formal as it gets. Then Corey says you're going easy on him. He should be grateful. Oh, okay. Everyone, you won't finish it in 5 minutes. I mean, maybe. Listen, 5 minutes at a time, once per week for like 10,000 weeks. I'll finish it before my deathbed. All right, folks, everyone in the chat. All right, Also, hello, Zenkuri. Zenkurai, how are you today? You doing well? All right. All right. I'm thinking. Nipsey says, I was the guy. I maybe have thought of the way to make this happen. I need to not read chat. That's kind of the only way. Because I'm going to give you an example. The last 30 minutes, I haven't been getting better at all. Because I've been talking with chat. 2 is not count. You wish, bro. I've been talking with chat, and here's the thing. I need to kind of lock in practice. I need to, like, not look at chat. I almost want to turn chat off. Like, turn chat off, turn the viewer count on, and just focus on the gameplay. And then, like, I think it might be better just to not stream until the marathon. Because 2 is filler, except you're wrong, because Miyazaki... we were talking about this earlier today, Nibs. Miyazaki worked on Dark Souls 2. People don't realize that. People think, oh, no, Tanimura worked on it. Look it up. No, you look it up. You love saying just wrong things. Miyazaki worked on Dark Souls 2. He's the reason Scholar turned out the way it was. Worked and hated it? No, he did not hate it. It was his original outline. They went with their own ideas and they did everything, but it is canon. Miyazaki likes Dark Souls 2 way more than the community does. Static says, might I suggest that win or lose, give this fight 15 more minutes, then switch to DS1. You have an idea of how to beat this, and you've done it a few. But Statics, there are bosses after this. You're forgetting Morgott and Fire Giant. Elden Ring will take the longest out of all of them if I don't have it down. So that's why I'm trying to get it down. Once I get it down, then it's Dark Souls 2. That'll take the longest. That's why those are the ones that affect. Hunter says, just lock in. No need to turn chat off. That they ruined. Nah, Souls 2 is hot, utter garbage. Well, that's just... Oh, wait. Hold on 1 second. I remember... You only paid, like 30 minutes of it, Nibs. You have no right to say any of this. Listen. Don't even try to actually offend me, because you will offend me. If you start talking about Dark Souls 2 badly when you haven't even played through it, you will offend me. Like, you will actually get me upset. You know? Because this stuff matters a lot to me, all right? And now, let's be clear. If a random person came in chat and started bashing things I love, I'm not going to get upset. I don't care. But if a friend of mine does it, I will start to get offended. I'll start to get upset, you know? You know how it is, folks. It's like if just a random person on the street goes stupid, you're like, okay. But if a friend of yours says it, it's like, what? You know, you take it more to heart. And so, you know, I care about this. It's actually worse than that. It's like me, Souls 2 is nibs, bro, because I know when a game has no merit within 1 hour. No, you don't. You have no idea whatsoever. Why not do like TTS for subs only? The problem is that everyone talking are my homies. That's the problem. That's the problem, Zenkurai. Static says, you have a chance at gold free and the other bosses. You've fought them on the past 2 years. But DS1, you've experienced sorely lacking to the decades path. DS1, I think, is going to be the easiest. I'm telling you. I think the issue is going to be Dark Souls 2 above everything else. This boss as well. Think about how many hours we've been fighting this. Or DS2, 3 is an exception. 1 and 3 are the exceptions, I feel. Okay, here's the... let me explain myself. I think if right now I stop looking at chat and I just play the game, I think I'll learn him almost I think I can get through this very quickly. I think I can get through all the bosses before the end of stream if I stop looking at chat. That's what I'm saying. Because I know how I am. I know when I'm not focusing, right? And if I'm talking to chat, I'm bad at multitasking in this way. Now, if I'm very good at something, then I don't need to focus as hard. It's like in NIGHTREIGN, right? In Elden Ring NIGHTREIGN, I can play depth 5 top-ranked games and fight bosses while reading chat because I'm so experienced. But when I'm learning something, I need to focus, you know? The best example is NIGHTREIGN. When I did level 1 hitless all bosses, I did most of my practice off stream. Nip says, he locking in if he doesn't see your chat. Don't take it personally. Just enjoy the greatness. That's what I'm basically going to say. So I'm gonna apologize in advance. Their disclaimer, it's on all the streams because there's a on-screen chat. I'll look at chat between boss fights, right? It's pinned. I appreciate you, Nibs. Now Hunter says, then quit looking at chat. Quit looking at some matches to lock in. All right, all right. Here's the way to do it. You look at chat between the boss fights. The boss fight isn't long anyway, so I'm going to be looking at chat. Bro, I'm so dumb. I'm an idiot. Why wasn't I doing that already? Chat, you got to keep up with this man's brain. All right, you're watching a certified moron. Headphones on. You know what? Okay, but my multi-chat only shows the last 4 messages. So if there are more than 4 messages, I'm going to miss them. And I'm going to... I am minimizing the multi-chat so that I can't see it. Because if I see it out of my right eye, it's just going to distract me. Okay, but I'll open it between boss fights. So I'll open chat between boss fights. But I only get it for the last 4 message. Ladies and gentlemen... It starts now. We are 4 hours and 22 minutes into the stream. Let's see how long it takes us to master this. What? Okay, chat. First off, I played incredibly well, so my theory was right. Second off, did you see how I died there? People, did you see how I got killed? It was the back of his like thing. Like I got killed in an I can't see chat yet because it's still minimized, and I couldn't unminimize it until now. Hold on. Where is chat? I'm reopening chat. Your mom gay if your sister's not locked in. There you go. Niv says, my mama is happy. Yeah, just a tip. Static says, I have a painful... Okay, come on, guys. Can we not? That's going on all of the streams. Can we please... you know, listen. I hope you're just joking, Statics, by the way, because that is the worst, if so. If so, I'm sorry. Stayed a handful of salt. That was crazy what just happened, how I died. But you have to admit... I almost killed... I was one hit. Literally, when he killed me, my next action would have killed him. So that proves if I'm focusing, I might have this. So for all I know, I'm about to have this in the next 10 minutes and we're going to be able to move on. So again, I am minimizing chat. So try not to spam chat or I won't see anyone's messages because I can only see the last 4 messages. Here we go. Yo, you Italian at all? In spirit. But no. Not even a little bit. Not Italian whatsoever. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, chat is minimized. In 5, 4, 3, 2, minimized. Here we go. I got baited. He didn't do the follow-up. I got baited. And then when I'm in this screen, I have no possible way to click out of Elden Ring and reopen the chat. So there's always a delay to reopen the chat. Where is the chat? It's always far on the left. Dan Mamma Mia says boring fella. Boring is Italian, 100%. Fun fact, when I met Boring Fella, he only spoke Italian and I taught him English. Nib says... Danadia. Adam says, oh, I was going to say Roman wrestlers used to choke lions and tigers to death. So if you were Italian, you have that blood in for that potential, but you're not. So, well, listen, not many people on Earth are Italian, so that's quite a call to make. I'm just saying. Unfortunately, no. All right. I'm going to put the keyboard on my lap so that way I can quickly reopen chat. I need a hotkey to reopen chat. Here we go. Scary, he's up against the wall. 1, 2, am I out of stamina? There we go. Regain stamina. Toss. Death. Yeah. That was just horrible RNG. That was kind of a nothing I could do. Bro, please. I'm begging you. Windows 11, bro. Adam says, but you're not so. All right, Boring says, it's true story. I can now speak perfect English thanks to Dan. He also speaks perfect Italian, but doesn't want to admit it. Nib says, you just need to play using mouse and keyboard. I mean, possibly. That's how the world records are done. Adam says, I'm from New Jersey, so most people I've met have been Italian. Okay, well, I guess that's the exception to the rule, right? Oh, I miss New Jersey, chat. New Jersey has some of the best food on planet Earth. Because New Jersey has a bunch of the people who became so rich for making the best food on Earth in New York, and then retired to New Jersey. So that's why New Jersey has some of the best food on Earth. Best bagel and lox on planet Earth in New Jersey. All right. I'm going to try not minimizing chat, just not looking at it. Let's see if I can possibly succeed at that. He got stuck on the wall, and so he just kicked me in the chest. So usually in that move, he takes a very big back step backwards, but he got stuck on the wall. But that's okay. That's the kind of thing I need to learn and account for. Adam says, have you ever seen a Caspian tiger? No, you're welcome. I don't know what that means. Is that a euphemism? All right, chat, we're learning how to be a streamer right now. We're learning how to focus on something and look at the chat not every second. Come on. Okay. I misread. What? Did I not? That was weird. I said what because I pressed the dodge button, but it didn't dodge my character. I dare say in all my years I've heard of, but never had a bagel and lox. Not even sure if that's the correct spelling. Sadix, you're missing out on genuinely one of the best things on planet Earth. If you have it from a good place. Even from a bad place, it's fine. It's like pizza where it's almost always fine unless the salmon was spoiled. Chris the Ninja with the 1,000 bits? What? Chris, why? What? Chris, why did you just drop 1,000 bits on me, bro? My man's right there. Bro, that's huge. Thank you so. Shout out Chris the Ninja. That's the homie right there. Why not? My man right here, bro. That's my man. All right. That is. Shout them out. Follow them. That's the greatest. What is lox? Lox is just salmon. It's smoked salmon specifically. It's cured salmon. Adam says Caspian tigers were driven extinct by Europeans who killed them to keep their kids safe. But the joke I was making is that Italians. Adam says if you're zoned in, the chat on screen shouldn't be a problem. If you're zoned in, the chat on screen shouldn't be a problem. Oh, so I don't have. Oh, you mean on my other monitor? You'd think that, Hunter, but peripheral. But I have ADHD that's so strong. So we appreciate his bits. Exactly, Chris, bro. Again. Well, that uplift. That, you know what? That uplifts me. Obviously, it might have been obvious to everyone watching, but I kind of am going through a little mental crisis right now over what's going on here, and so thank you. You've raised my mood. I really appreciate that. Now if I can only just get everything. There we go. Recentered. I appreciate you so much. All right, now chat. Now. All right, you ready? You ready, chat? This one's for Chris. This one's for Chris, folks. I missed. Yeah, I missed my attack there. That was just, I straight up missed my tag. Anyway, lox is cured salmon. And cream cheese and cured salmon together is one of the best combinations, and I mean objectively, on Earth. Never mind, I'm good then. I hate salmon. You hate... Okay, well, that's... You know, Sadix, that you're in the minority of people there. That most people think salmon is delicious. So, I don't know what to tell you. But it is objectively one of the most delicious things on planet Earth. Now, of course, sometimes people are going to be weird. Which is, you're weird for disliking salmon, but that's okay. There's nothing wrong with being weird. I'm weird for a million reasons, but you're not normal, because the normal is to like salmon. Boring says, this one's for Chris, gets one shot. I mean, pretty much. But hey, I lasted a long time. You know what? No. Hold on. No, you're right. Redemption. This one's for Chris. That one was a warm-up for Chris. Okay, that was a very cool dodge I just did. Come on! I almost killed. That was it. That was straight up it. When you heard me say come on, I knew he was about to die, but then I'm watching the replay. He just barely touched. That's so annoying. He barely touched me with his axe, which staggered me. And that's why it didn't work. That was a good one to dedicate to Chris, because I had a very impressive dodge in that one. All right. Woo. I am saying though, since I've been locking in now, chat, and now I am reading chat, by the way. What I said about not reading chat, wrong. I am reading chat, just not while I'm fighting. And I have improved a lot. Maybe it's not noticeable, but it is. I'd be willing to try it again. Never had it with cream cheese before. Okay. Although the thought of ruining cream cheese with salmon is revolting. I mean, you're wrong, Sadix, unfortunately. So I'm going to tell you something. I have known a handful of people who didn't like salmon. Are you ready, chat? And this is the hard truth. I'm going to tell you a personal secret here. Okay? I hated salmon as a kid. And now, here's the thing. It turns out I only hated salmon because when I would have it, it would be when my mom would make it. And my mom was a horrible, God bless her, best mom on planet Earth, horrible cook, horrible chef. And so it would taste it all. I hated it because she would not season it at all. How was I convinced to like salmon? How have I convinced every person who's told me they dislike salmon to love salmon? Cream cheese. Cream cheese and salmon is one of the best combinations that exist. I mean, genuinely. In terms of food combinations, the cream cheese and cured salmon is an unbelievable combination. All over the world, even in places that don't have bagels and lox, they do that combination everywhere. And it is so... Here's what I'm saying, Sadix. I think if you tried like if you looked online to find like your highest rated bagel and lox, like the highest rated one in like, let's say, an hour drive, you looked online and you drove to wherever that place was and you got it. You know, I'm assuming, I mean, in Florida, there's a lot of very good ones. You know, like by Miami, there's some incredible ones. By Boca, there's some incredible ones. By Tampa, there's some incredible ones. By Orlando, there's some incredible ones. If you're in a vastly different place than what I just said, then maybe you won't be able to find one. But if you're within an hour of any of those places, maybe an hour and a half, look online, find the best rated one, and you have a bagel and lox. I would say that there's a 95% chance that you go, wow, this is very good, even if you hate salmon, and then it'll make you start thinking differently about salmon. 5% chance, you don't, you know? Boring says, yeah, just read chat in between the games. Yeah, that's working well. Chris says, accept my messages. You'll read my messages during the battle. This is what I need. I need to have... I mean, that's what text-to-speech is, right? TTS is. People can pay for their message to be read aloud. And that's the kind of thing, if somebody's trying to focus, that's when you troll the streamer by, like, donating to make them not able to focus. That's what that is. Okay, chat. We're locking. Again, I don't judge somebody who doesn't like something. It's just like, if 99% of humans enjoy a certain activity, I'm going to do my best to try and help you to learn how to enjoy it as well. But if you don't, it's okay. There's many examples. Like, there's nothing... Like, everyone it has some eccentricities, you know? There's nothing wrong with it. TTS. What do you mean boring? All right, here we go. Locking in. I should have done this all stream. I should have done this yesterday. Unsheath. Jump attack. Dodge. Unsheath. Jump. Two hand. His poise is resetting, I bet. Oh, that was it. That was it again. Oof, that was a good one. I'm having pretty much only good attempts when I lock in. Whew. No new messages in the chat. All right, very well. I guess nobody loves me anymore. I see how it is. Before I was complaining about the chat. Now nobody wants to talk. I see. Just leave old Dan, you know, alone. Just let him be alone, I guess. You know, nobody loves Dan. I see. I see how it is. Kappas is boring. I agree. Locking in. I'm gonna get hit here because I was just on half a second delayed. Ooh, I guess I wasn't. Dodge. Dodge. Jump attack. Dodge. Unsheath. Dodge. Two hand. Get stamina back. 1, 2. Jump attack. Dodge. Ah! Not enough time. All right. If I had done this from the start, I think I would have finished this yesterday. This is very... now I'm getting annoyed at myself. I mean, but that's okay. Like, it's not a shock that I'm an idiot. Chris says, hey, I donated those bits. If that's not love, then what is? That's true. Chris is the exception. Only Chris loves me. All right? Chris is the only good person. That's my opinion. You're only good if you give me money. All right? That's the rule, chat. Listen, I don't make up the rules. That's just how it is. I'm just joking. Can you imagine? There are streamers like that, by the way. Jump attack, but a stamina, I'm dead? There are streamers like that, man. Like, just horrible people. Hunter says, less messages read means more time to lock in. Sounds like you'll need all the time you can get. Listen, you know? I still need to feel loved, okay? I need... You know, I'm a streamer, you know? Who streams who doesn't want attention, basically? Like the Dokken song, Alone Again, I'm Alone Again. I can't recognize that song right now. Where it says, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. What is love? Boom. Boom. Bing. Jump attack. Boom. Got me. Unsheath. Boom. Unsheath. Ah, I was angled. I was angled. I was angled, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, I plead angled. I was angled. Copyrighted. Well, maybe not him, just that song. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I messed up there. That was it. I just had trouble running around. That was it again. I had him. Look at the... Oh, you can't see it. That's right, because I have game capture on. His poise was at 1. That was literally it. That was another kill. I'm so close, chat. I'm so close. Do I put the poise meter on screen? You know what? Let me add that. Let me make it so you can all see the poise meter, because I was just lazy, which is why I didn't do it earlier. But basically, if I want to add it, I just go into sources here, add, window capture, And we do PR tool. Oh, caps lock. Okay. Select the window to capture. Elden Ring. Firefox. Windows Terminal. Why isn't it showing here? Select the window to capture? It's not showing on my list of windows. Hold on, folks. It's not letting me... Poise meter's handy? It really is. So close it so far, yeah. It's not letting me capture it. It's acting like it's not running. I mean, it's obviously running. But it's like... Here, I'll show y'all. No, I can't show you because I'm in window capture. I'm so stupid. I mean, I could just stop window capture for this. You know what? I'm just going to stop window capture for this. We'll do desktop. There you go, folks. Now, if Windows 11 pops my social security number up on stream, I'm going to be a little upset. I'm going to be honest with you all. But there you go. Now you can see it. All right. Now you'll see what I've been... So all stream, I've been focused on something on the left side, and now you can see what that was. It was this. Of course, the extremely rare that I haven't seen in like an hour, 4th attack chain. But as you can see, so I got him down to 55 poise. So the poise meter is on the left. It's that yellow bar that says 84 out of 120 right now. He has 120 poise. For those who don't understand what that means, it means when he gets to 0 poise, that is when I win. So even if he has all of his health, if he gets to 0 poise, I win. That's basically how this works. That's not how the game works, but that's my setup. Because once he gets to 0 poise, he falls over, and I can just kill him instantaneously. Come on, do anything. Bro. It's when he just aura farms, that's the worst. Because when he does attacks, I can respond to him. But if he's not doing any attack, he's in a neutral state, then if I do anything, he's immediately going to hit me. He's going to interrupt me. And the problem, that's why this guy is so hard, is because that's all he does. Is he just sits there and waits for you so he can respond. That was just bad on my part. I was out of stamina. I didn't even... I'm moving too quickly. I'm getting impatient. I wish you could jump when you're out of stamina. I wish, man. I know that makes no sense. Why would you be able to jump if you had no stamina? But like... That is the thing that annoys me most in these games. But it makes sense is the problem. But it's not like I can argue against it. You're kidding me! He barely touches me, and it's like... You really? That would kill me? I don't think so, bro. Just jump forehead. There you go. It's just like he grazed me with his, like, pinky. Literally. That's what hit me. And it's like, ah, well, full damage, as if the head of the axe was hitting you. To be fair, so fun fact, for those who don't know, what I'm complaining about right now is something that Dark Souls 2 specifically addressed. Where there's something called sweet spots, which is different places in your weapon will do different amounts of damage to an enemy. And so if for example, in Dark Souls 2, you just had that happen to you, you would take a lot less damage because only his hand hit you, right? Now that seems brilliant. That makes more logical sense. But in reality, it equates to a much worse game experience. They learned people didn't like that with Dark Souls 2. Because Realism does not always equate to fun. That was it, by the way. Death. That was it. You can see his poise meter on the left is at 5, right? And so if I had finished that attack, I got halfway through before he killed me. But if I had finished that attack, he would have been staggered and dead. That is, yes, the sweet spot system. I appreciate that. Honestly, the sweet spot system makes a lot of sense. For me personally, I think that a lot of gamers are stupid. And I, for the most part, prefer realism. For the most part, that is. Not always, obviously. I maybe could have gotten the jump attack on him there. But okay. I could have gotten it there. Okay. Why'd I un-two-hand? Oh, I messed up. I messed up. You see? No! I accidentally hit R1 too many times, chat, but that was it. I messed up. That was literally game, and I just pressed R1 too many times. I had game on board, chat. I had game on board. And I threw. I missed lethal. I was about to say, can that go through a wall? Do I have time here? Okay, I do. That's good to know. That's actually very good to know. And DS... Oh, Sadix, I'm not going to be able to see your comment. I missed it, unfortunately. You're kidding me! I got greedy, okay. Boring says most, not all. Misplayed. Yeah. Static says, I appreciate realism as well, but I don't want it in all my games, like Persona 5 and the Nemesis. Persona, I really wouldn't know about that. But, you know, it's like, for example, dodge roll. Obviously, a dodge isn't going to protect you in real life. If you dodge into something that's the size of a jet airplane that hits you in the face, obviously, you're not surviving that no matter how many times you barrel roll. Right? So you need something. What was your earlier comment, Sadix? I missed it. My multi-chat tool only shows me the last 4 messages. But that's okay. That was still a very good run, right? Because we got where we got to. He just did that move 3 times in a row, by the way. That's not usual. I encourage you, Dan, off stream, look up the Mera Persona. And what is that? That's from a game called Persona 5. Will it spoil anything from Persona 5, which one day I will play? Because I know the Persona series is legendary. Because if it will, then I shouldn't look it up. Oh, stupid wall. That was Adam, not me. He said it's... Oh, I'm sorry. Like, again, because I wasn't looking at chat, I thought it was you. Because you both in my chat have green names. That was Adam, not me. He said it's DS1 with the scythe only, I think. It won't spoil anything. All right. Yeah, because you and Adam have green names, I keep mixing you two up because, remember, I'm very blind. So I see green and I'm like, oh, that's, you know... whoever was the last person talking. My bad, Adam. Sorry about that. But I think you're right. In DS1, it is with the scythe only. But then in DS2, it's with everything. But I think they're right about that in DS1. I saw green name, saw the DS1, and I was like, oh, that must be Sadix. 1, 2... Poise is about to reset. I had no choice. I had to do that. I have to get next to them. Will I be able to? No. Look, that was it. That was their death. You see, I got it, but he did a 180, flipped and stepped and killed me instantly. He did a 180 and just crushed me. Oh, man. Chat, like, if I didn't multi-stream, I really don't know how, like, I definitely wouldn't, I couldn't do it if I didn't multi-stream. That's all I'm saying. Because it is so nice to be able to have people to talk to constantly, right? Like, have always somebody in the chat. And which, if I didn't multi-stream and I was just on one platform, there would be giant swaths of time where nobody was in the chat. But it's so nice that I built this community up across all the different sites. And I just, thank God for multi-streaming being allowed. It used to not be allowed, you know? It's kind of newer that it's allowed. With certain sites, that is. We missed it. I have made a very bad mistake. Yeah, that was a quick one anyway. I did an R1. I don't know what in my brain. I should never be doing an R1 ever in this fight, but my brain was just, I don't know why. Sometimes I'll just hit a button for no reason. I cannot believe the stream is still going strong and hasn't broken. By the way, you can see the problem, how I saw Adam's message out of the corner of my eye as I was in a fight. And I tried to read it. Now, that was your message, Sadix. Sorry, Sadix, that was his message, not yours, right? But still, you can see I was locked in. I made a mistake. But I tried to read the message. And that's my problem. It's my ADHD. I see the light. I didn't realize Bulk was so new. What? I thought I was dead already. Oh, I thought I was dead already. And you see? See, chat? Okay. Hunter, I don't know if you're still, everyone who you see, I just started, I saw the light blink that somebody had written a message out of the very corner of my eye. And so I literally just died because I stopped fighting and I looked at the chat and read it. I didn't realize what, so there's no way I can do this while I'm reading chat, while I have chat. It's just impossible. And then if I minimize it and read it in between everyone, it's just such a, how do I make this faster? It's literally, I can't have it on screen at all. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. I'm gonna just cover chat then. I'm gonna cover and uncover chat is what I'll do. So multi-streaming is not new, Sadix, but it's only been allowed for like a year and a half on like sites like Twitch or YouTube, I think as well. Kick is just a new platform in general. All right, now chat is fully covered. I cannot see it. I mean, I don't know why I'm covering it right now. There's no reason to be, but when I'm in the fight, I'll cover it. When I'm out, I'll uncover it. That is so annoying, by the way, because I literally did this script. I got him down. I even got him crit and everything. And then I just looked at a chat message instead of continued fighting him. It's a good sign, though. That was it. I got him down again. I just one more hit. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. Are we improving? I don't know. Maybe we are. Uncover chat. Okay, no one messaged. Back in. If I can get him down to one hit every time, then we're pretty much there. I forgot the opening move. I mean, that's gonna happen sometimes. My brain just... I just ADHD out and I just like my focus goes elsewhere. Wait, I know what to do. Hold on, chat. I know what to do even better. Hold on, chat. All right, you ready for this, chat? Me and my big stupid mouth? No, don't worry about it, bro. Okay, chat. I am going to turn my monitor off, my second monitor, when I'm fighting the boss. Let me put the stupid keyboard over here because it's like, hold on, I'm like stuck. Hold on, thank you. Like trapped under cables and stuff. Hold on. Let me move a bunch of stuff around. Yeah, baby. Oh, my cat is still here. I didn't realize she was still sleeping next to me all this time. I thought I'd been so loud that she had left already. But nope. Okay, let me move my monitors a little closer to me. Okay. All right, I am now sitting upright. I have no back support. I am just, I am like, this is like real focus time. Okay. My monitor to my right, I am turning off every time I go in there. I'll turn it back on in between. Hopefully that breaks nothing. Hold on. We're learning. These are strategies which hopefully I'll remember in my years of streaming to come, because we're not going to be on the streets, because the marathon's going to ruin our lives, all right? We're not. Everything's going to be good. Okay, good. Monitor off. Well, I misread what he was doing. I straight up, I misread what he was doing. Okay, monitor back on, and wow, look at that. That worked like a charm. Okay. Very good. That worked really well, folks. Okay. Monitor off. The stomp attack is the dream attack, because then I get my jump attack on. Like if he stomps here, it's perfect. Boom. Except when he perfectly counters it. When he perfectly counters it with the slam, yes, that attack only exists to punish a jump attack. That is all. He has that one attack. All it does is punish. Because that's the spirit. Channel some of that Joe Esposito. You're the best around. Nothing's gonna ever keep you down. I mean, that's my life, right? Like, I'll sit here and do this 40 hours straight until I get it. I mean, obviously everything's gonna fall apart, but... Alright, back off. Okay, this is actually a much better setup now. Unhand. Follow up. Run around. Unsheath. 1, 2... Out. Stomp, please. No. Bro. I haven't seen that combo in 30 minutes. Like, am I supposed to? He has a bunch of very rare combos. So because he has a bunch of rare combos, you always see like a rare thing, but you never see them all. So it's very annoying. Monitor on. Monitor off. What a strange life. One. Oh! That's something I haven't been hit on in a long time. Okay, I need to jump attack him. No, I wasn't close enough. I tried to jump attack. I think I must have been out of stamina. I hope I'm not going to break my monitor by doing this. I really do, because every time I turn it off and on, it's saying something different when it turns back on. So hopefully this doesn't break my monitor. What am I supposed to do here? Yep. I had to jump in because his poise was about to start rebuilding, but he was deciding not to do anything. Again, that was just a straight up problem of being in a small little corridor. And so like I was just trapped against the walls. I kind of didn't know what to do. These runs go by so quick. Bro, it's like sometimes okay, the jump attack with the Uchigatana and the jump attack with the Death's Poker seem to be different in terms of how long it takes to get up. So the Uchigatana, I want to look at this really because this has to be true. I know why. It's because I'm two-handing the Death's Poker in order to use it. Because watch this. Jump. Look at that recovery to stand up, how long that took. Now look at this. Like, I don't really ever touch the ground fully. But with this, I, like, completely get on... What, bro? Ugh. Nobody likes you, man. Annoying, dude. Anyway. Look, I got completely get down on my... Look. Now, is it because I'm two-handing? Let's see. I don't think so. Okay. The other problem with shutting my monitor off is that I don't know if like all my streams have break. So make sure to say if that happens. So I'll know when I turn things back on. Too early? Lol, he wants a piece. Bro! It's not going well. I need to focus. All right, here we go. I had missed him. That was as over as it got. Because I missed him, the poise meter started to reset, so it didn't matter anymore. The problem is, in my kills of him today, half of my kills were kind of irrelevant, where I wasn't even doing the script. I just fought him normally. And that isn't going to help me during the speed run. It's really not, because I'm not going to be as powerful. I need to follow the script. Like, I'm supposed to do that jump attack, but I need to replace that. That jump attack is just problematic. The Death's Poker jump attack it takes too long to recover. It gets me killed way too often. I think it might be a situation of the amount of damage that it does is way higher than the Uchigatana, and so I might not kill him in time. I need to see how much poise damage the jump attack does. I think it goes 35 down to 11. So I think it's doing 24 poise damage, if I'm correct. Let's try and find out right now. Anyone watching, if you could tell me how much poise you see my jump attack does. I think it's 24. Perfect. It was 24. I'm right. Jay killed me. It was exactly 24. The 120 to 96, so that's 24. So now I need to basically find a move that can do that much damage. So in other words, how much damage was that? That was about 400. Top left, it says the HP, you see? So that was about 350 damage, right? Yeah. 24 poise, 350. Statics, could you write 350 damage in the chat, please, so I remember? Because I'm going to forget that. It's 24 poise, 350 damage. You already wrote 24. Could somebody write 350 damage in the chat, please? Pretty please? Because I'm going to forget it, and then I'm going to, like, have to do it again. My short-term memory just doesn't exist. Anyone? Anyone watching stream, could they put 350 damage in the chat? Pretty please? Pretty please? Thank you. I appreciate you, Sax. I'm sorry to bother everyone. All right, here we go. Let's see. Nice. 20. That did 20, and that did 100 damage. That did 5, and that did 50 damage. So I just did 150 damage, so I'm missing 200 damage in total to basically get the same amount. So a jump R2, and what about this? That did 80 damage, but that did how much? Wait, hold on. 112 poise. Hold on. 8. So a jump R2 and then a single R1 does the same poise, but it doesn't do the damage. She can kill me now. Under 350. Nev says, I'm sorry to bother everyone. Yo, you're just trying to give your best for us. Now listen, it's just, you know. Because if I'm like asking people to do things for me, it's like people are busy. You know, they're watching me in the background. You all have lives, right? And so I feel bad if I'm like being demanding, like, hey, can someone do this for me? Basically, it's causing someone to stop what they're doing to focus on and like do me a favor. It's like, you know, I'm supposed to be just entertainment for you. You know, I shouldn't have to ask anything of you. You know, that's how I look at it anyway. Okay, so instead of doing the jump attack with the Death's Poker, wait, can you not jump attack like this? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Look, I'm not doing that on the ground. Interesting. So maybe if I could just not use the Death's Poker at all, life would be good, right? Like if I could just only like not that. If only just getting him to a crit with just the Uchi was enough, but it's not. He's poison starter right here. You can if you two-hand, but frame loss. I'm sorry, what now? Your boy is tired. I'm not used to being awake at this time. So the problem is I lose. So if I do 2 R1s and then 2 jumps. Okay, 2 R1s, 2 jumps. 2 R1s, 2 jumps, 2 unsheaths. R1. R1. Jump. Jump. Okay. I didn't mean to do that R2. Yeah. But that was it. Yeah. So he had 30 poise there. And so one more unsheath. Yeah. And then it should have been enough for me to, and then I could have just, but the problem is I don't think that kills him is the issue then. Then I think I don't do enough damage. I think I do most of his health bar, But the problem is then it doesn't do enough damage, I think. I still feel like you're rolling too much instead of strafing. Well, I didn't mean... I mean, yeah, that's definitely... No, you're right. I mean, that's something to... He timed that. The second I hit the button, he lifted his leg. That was a perfect reaction. That wasn't even the... That was just chance. Like, that wasn't the AI trying to counter me or something. He was doing that move. It happened to be that the AI thought, let me do that move at the same moment I thought, let me press this button. I mean, if he does this, I can just do this, though, is the funny part. So, he's gonna walk into the fire here. It doesn't do poise damage. If he just walks into the fire, it doesn't do poise damage. It has to hit him as I cast it. I feel like this is a very dumb idea, what I'm talking about. But the 2 R1s, 2 jumps, 2 unsheaths. Because I feel like this won't kill him is the issue. There we go. No, he's not gonna follow me out here. I know I'm dodging too much. It's just that, see, it's that move that I need to, you have to dodge if that's coming at you because he'll heat seek you. Can you imagine a live AI that actually learns your fight style? I mean, yeah, that's like chess though. There's a reason that like computer chess gets to a place where it's unbeatable, right? Where even the greatest grandmaster in the world, because it can calculate a million moves ahead. So an AI that like in a fighting game or in a game like this, it would just be unkillable. It would always just counter you instantly. It would become unfair. You would have to handicap it. There's just no other way to make it work. Okay, 2 R1s, 2 unsheath, 2 jump. I went right into that. Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad right there. He threw the axe and I was like, hold on. I was like, I got it. I tried to catch it. I did it again. I don't know what's wrong with me. I did exactly the same thing again. Oh, I want to show off this concept, but I haven't succeeded once. And also this could just be a waste of time. I think it is, but I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't try to do it, is the issue. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. 1 unsheathed, 1 on 1. 1 jump attack. 2 jump attacks. 2 unsheaths. I hate that move. I hate that move because so often it misses you. And then so often but like I've done so little damage. Because it's an unupgraded Uchigatana. And so like there's no way. I know logically that I'm wasting my time. That trying this different way of doing it cannot possibly work. So why am I doing it, man? It's like I have to see and then maybe I'll have an idea. I love how now he's also consistently doing that. Okay, I got in both the jump attacks already. I did an extra one. Kill me. You see? So if I had done this, you see that? So you see that? Oh, I got him down to 1 HP. That's interesting. Okay, but you see that's why. So that is just by there's an animation with the unsheath. Yes, sir. That's why. You see, it doesn't fully kill him. Whereas if you use the death poker, which does so much more damage, it does guaranteed kill him once you get him in the critical state. He crits too early. And the problem is if you're just spamming, right, and you're going to get him to 1 HP, he's going to get up and counter you and kill you every time. You'll never survive that. Oof. And it's funny. He was at 1 HP, and so we did the calculations, right, in chat. I guess it's out of the question to go for the Moonville in the run. It absolutely is. But anyway, it's very funny, right, that we did the calculation of that. Okay, a jump R2 from Death's Poker is 350 damage. A jump R2 from Uchi is 100. So the difference was 250 damage. And the question was, is 250 damage literally going to be the difference? And it was. He had 1 hit left. So that 250 damage does matter for the script. That's how precise this is. That's actually shocking, to be honest with you. No, it's not. It's not shocking at all. What would I say is shocking? I've been streaming for 5 hours. I think I'm going to end stream, and I'm going to keep practicing. I've done 5 hours today. I feel like that's good enough. I just can't not be distracted by either it's chat, or it's the monitor, or it's like a million little lights of things. It's just I have ADHD, and so I'm never not going to be distracted. Again, if I was already good at this, who cares, right? Like I said, in NIGHTREIGN, I can do that while not even looking at the screen. Just with my peripheral vision, I can do a depth 5 top-ranked match because I have that much experience. With this, I don't. So I am going to end stream, which I think is fair, right? Can we all agree that it's fair? I did 5.5 hours today. Okay, by the way, everyone, so we didn't have a single issue. I hope the same is true tomorrow. We will find out. Because I've many times tested things on this stream. In the history of this stream, I've tested things a million times. And it worked the first day, only to have the second day be when it broke. But for today, Rumble Studio was able to manage everything. And that's incredible. And we were able to use game capture for the first time ever. You know, and just phenomenal, really. Also, I was local recording from OBS, which I've never done before. So I got to check and see if the recording, how that is. But Dan's leaving us to go sit under the tree of enlightenment and meditate. I mean, pretty much. You know? Call me Siddhartha. All right, what am I doing right now? I am braining it. Oh, let's see here. I don't know, folks. I don't know. What in the world is... Chat, wait a minute. Are you seeing a black screen, chat? Hold on, everyone. Nib says direct RTMP or canvas. I don't know what canvas is. I'm going to say direct RTMP. Folks, I think it just finally... I didn't end stream. It just broke, didn't it? I think it finally happened. Ladies and gentlemen, you're all seeing a black screen, aren't you? Everywhere. On all of the sites. Lamau. This is very funny. It took all the way until now for this to happen. Yeah, everyone's reporting in. Nib, Sadix, Chris says. Let me see what if I run in a circle in the game, will it fix it? Yep. I'm running in a circle, and immediately that fixed it. Yeah, I clicked off. That's what a game capture so fast. Okay, that's very funny. All right, we're good. Also, fun fact, there used to be, in the very first speedruns of this game, you just skip gold free by jumping up this branch. They patched it out, but that's what you would do. You would jump up this branch, get over, and then you just skip around this entire thing. I hate this guy, all right? I hate you. I hate you. What, sorry? Back, sleep mode? No, it's just how window capture works. So window capture, remember, I have it set that it only works for what, if it only captures what's focused. So I clicked other stuff and it went out of focus because I was messing around with something else. And the thing about that is that sucks is because I had hoped that wouldn't happen if I ever am clicking things in my second monitor. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because if I'm clicking things that aren't in the game, that means I'm not playing the game. So it's okay if the screen goes black momentarily. It really doesn't matter. But, okay. For a second, I thought it was actually broken, though. So, and I thought game capture just wasn't working. So that's good. Anyway, we're good. We're good. We're good. I have no reason not to do what I'm about to do, so I might as well do it, right? Let me hit this here. All right. So here's what we're going to do. It saves your docs either way. Exactly. Nibs, 100%. You hate him, Dan? You took his clothes in your Elden Ring playthrough and flaunted them everywhere? I think he hates you. That's fair. That's fair. That's very fair. Oh, I kind of do like those enemies is the fun, but like him, just that specific guy. All right, that guy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are rating the homie right now, real quick, who's streaming. I am going to get out of here and immediately start practicing, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Love y'all. You're amazing. Best community of all time. Everyone who's here today. Y'all really made my day. You know, I've been through, I had a rough one today, and so